It begins. Soon. Hope my audio's okay. I went from using OBS to Streamlabs. We'll see what the difference is. Gotta make sure I got everything I need. I'll play some Frostpunk. Get these Popsicle People working together. They're gonna have... well, they're gonna have a bad time. But I hope they have a good time until they have a bad time. Do 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 do. Making sure everything works. Nice. Nice. Bum 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 bum. Let me see. Okay. Okay. Frostpunk. Frostpunk. So we were on the 11th day of the main campaign. I'm gonna turn audio down just a little bit. Yeah, like that. And like this. Okay. So I'm just gonna get right into it. Where we left off. And where we left off was a pretty good place. Really. If I remember correctly. Had an amount of supply. Fairly advanced amount. Oh yeah, the robot. The Mark IV Londoner. Nice. Okay. Plenty of food. Lots of wood. I'm gonna start out strong here. I'm gonna say we need a new resource depot. I'm gonna plop one there. Don't have the steel for another one. Okay. I've got 21 unemployed. I've got some folks working this gathering post. Yeah, they're chilly in there. Coal Thumper, still thumping. I'll put another gathering post right there, and that should be enough coal for a while. Let these buildings get built. I think... have we not completed that yet? We're so close to hunting tactics being completed. That'll get us 15 workers right off the top. And we can't really go without food. I'm ignoring the hothouse plan because the hothouse can get way too cold. Heating is something that I haven't really researched. We have heaters in the buildings. Don't let the kids get sick, please. Kids always get heat. Midposts get heat. Okay. We're about to be able to sign another law. Boom. Just Just like that. Now, I think we just signed overcrowding or maybe extended shift. I think public house is going to be the next one to sign. I don't think we need care house. I think public house will be the thing to sign, so we'll go public house.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
And can I build one? 20 wood and 10 steel. We've got plenty of wood. I think 3 back would be fine. Because I don't want to go... We wouldn't have a public house next to a children's shelter. Where's our industry? Our industry is mostly on this side. So I'm going to do that there, but I'm also going to update our roads, since we have the wood. Road, road, road. Yeah, looks good. Oops, slow down. So, it's a bread and circuses type of deal. Nice. So that is a brand new 15 workers. I could even do an additional hunter's camp. First thing, we're going to go back to regular meals. I'm going to do... Don't let our researchers get sick. What I think I'm gonna do... Right now, what do we bring? We bring 20 per hunt. If we bring 30 per hunt... We're doing 20, 40, 60 right now. That'll give us a 50% increase. Just right there. Doing the same with the infirmary and then mechanization, it's pretty OP. So the prerequisite is the medical post upgrade, which will heal the sick 10% faster. The infirmary is like an additional 10% on top of the medical post. But then mechanizing it, where we signed overcrowding into the law, just having only 5 engineers per each medical tent, they can essentially just stay in there, and medicine isn't an issue. Excuse me. Faster gathering would be good. I'm a little far in now for that. That's like if things start to slip. A steam coal thumper might be good. An outpost depot. Well, we don't really have any outposts to worry about, and factory isn't really needed until I mechanize everything. So I think food and heat. Let me take a look. It's gonna get back down to 40. I think it would be wise to do a heat upgrade for the first ring and then do a range upgrade. Our current coal consumption to gain, we're gaining roughly 25% a day, which is enough to get us through nighttime, so we're breaking even right now. With the construction of this gathering post, with the full staffing of the Thumper, I think heating is going to be the next thing that is crucial to our survival. Let's do... Let's do the power upgrade first. We have plenty of food for 2 days, 2 days, so we're fine. Even if these guys keep their original production, we're okay for a turn or two. So these will finish constructing. We were meeting to find another settlement, so where are we at on that? Searching the weather station. Sorry, I'm kind of zoning out. It's been a long day. I was a chimney sweep today. Yeah. I think the best thing to do is to... Hey, hope rises. Stick a couple of folks in here for now. Heat up the public house when it's ready. And we're waiting again. They don't have the food to make any new food. They're fully staffed. So I'm actually going to proactively cut back on our food generation. We've got a lot of sick absences. Okay, and a lot of folks that are sort of sick. This will be done shortly, bada bing. So we're gonna max out coal gathering. Having one on extended shift and one off should be plenty. And we're gonna go half-staffed on the coal mill. I'm thinking another steelworks will be fortuitous for us long term. We can start updating these tents to houses. Where are we at with that? It costs 25 wood. I think it would be smart to just build it while we have the wood. Whoops. Did you not build the road? Road. It did, but we'll give it another... Okay, yeah, it's just not built yet.
Finish your labors, people. The workday is up.
Okay. And am I studying heat? I am. Good. So 5 hours on that. That should be done by tomorrow. The hunters are getting ready for work. And our scouts are still a day out. So I'm going to imagine that we are going to start having a lot more refugees coming in. I should start expanding the housing now. I can only fit one in there. The majority of my industry is going to be up here. These are going to be... This will be the important area up in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we're gonna run a street. We're gonna run a street. So I really like making sure there are plenty of streets for people to get through. Like that will be helpful in time. I've just got enough wood where I can kind of focus on infrastructure. I will eventually want roads here. Those will be built. I think after this heating skill is enabled. Once we get a little more heat, once we get a little more range, and we start getting some efficiency. Whoops. So we're gonna need coal. Did I get enough steel to do another one? I think I did. Resources, resource depot. Another depot there. This is a gathering post that's still gathering steel. Once I get a little extra heat going, I can then determine whether or not it's wise to upgrade houses first or do the range first. It's about to warm up. So we've got 22 hours until we reach our destination with the scout at the weather station. Might find survivors, so we'll have houses. They'll at least be inside. That's really what I'm worried about. I kind of want to spec into infirmary. I kind of want to get the generator buffed. Speed it up a little bit here. And I'm gonna get storage for food rations. Another steelworks, good. And we're gonna put them into extended shift and keep the heater on. Now, what does our economy look like for coal? We are storing in excess of what we're using. That's good. It's been taking it pretty easy on us as far as weather's concerned. Got some people getting sick now, and I don't like that. Just gonna bump her into overdrive for a little bit. Folks aren't living in these ones, are they? Why are they living in these ones? Good lord. A steam hub might be wise. I think one there. How is everybody heated right now? It's cold in those tents. So I want to kind of... I don't have the steel for it. We'll be warming up, which will be a big help. It's coming here in a second. How are my hunters doing? 20, 40, 60 food coming in. That's fantastic. Helen Hughes says they admit they feel hopeful today in spite of the circumstances. Lucas Pemberton says we could be doing better, but he'll admit things are looking up. Hey. So people aren't right sideways pissed off with me. That's a good sign. Okay. That steam hub is really going to help us out. How does our coal economy look? Still fine. We're peachy. Some of that food's coming back now. Look at that. We do not need the heater on right now. Oh, and something's happened. What's happened? Oh, it's Book of Laws. Alright, so personally, I'm not a drinker. But those who are would probably be going mad living in a hellhole like this, so I always like to give them a little tip of gin now and then. Every meal lowers discontent, and eating soup causes less discontent. That will just help in the long run.
Hear me, hear me. New law in the city.
Bernice says she's missed a good tipple. Jane Peel says a glass a day keeps the worries away.
Get back to work.
That may be true. But then again, too, well, not any good do. Maybe a little good. Who am I to judge? So we've got some resources growing. Got a number of folks sick from this outpost. I really want to get them away from this gathering post. We've got 9 steel left in there. That's a couple hours. That'll be depleted shortly and we can dismantle this building. 2 sick absences here as well. Our infirmaries are full up. Alright. The generator got its power upgrade. Can turn the overdrive off. Now. Overdrive will kick it up by 2 levels when we're in overdrive. Steam hub range might be fine. I'd like to have a stockpile of food. But the medical post upgrade, I think, will be the wisest decision. Just beeline it to infirmary. And again, where was it? Resources? Gathering post insulation. I need faster gathering before I can insulate those gathering posts. I'm going to get started on that. It's a low cost and now's the time to get it. 7 hours, they'll be done before the end of the day and we'll get started on the next one. 90%, 80%, 90%. Okay, we're starting to use a little more than before. Is anybody in here yet? Working or going to work? Do I have any kids that aren't in a shelter right now? I don't think I have any kids that aren't sheltered. Helping out, going to help out. I got a couple in treatment, which isn't fantastic, but they're not all that ill. Yeah, everybody's just kind of got a cold. They're sick but being treated, that's fine. Okay, steel wreckage depleted. These folks can now be employed elsewhere. We're starting to gather more steel. I'm going to set another resource depot. Let's build 2. So resources are something that we need to stockpile, and the more stocked the better. How are we doing on food? We've still got about 2 days worth of food rations, and we've fed everybody today, I believe. So food, we are breaking even on food. Thanks in part to the moonshine law. Nobody seems to really be all that affected by it. Discontent is fairly low. I wouldn't expect people to be happy in the situation they're in. So we're seeing about 300 food a day on poor quality ration. I could do another fighting arena, right? Could do that. Not really a big draw there. I think the public house is doing more good than... Oh yeah. So we'll keep this around for now. Doesn't hurt anything. Once these depots get built and this gathering post gets depleted, we're generating 56 coal an hour, 24. Got a couple of sick absences there. Coal. We're gaining our coal again. Health, we haven't had any deaths. 120% efficiency, which is great. An additional infirmary or medical post wouldn't hurt. An additional cookhouse closer to the industry wouldn't hurt. How much do we have over here? 300, 400. Okay. Steel will be something I use a lot of, and I don't think I'll need to store any steel. So I'm thinking storing those rations and getting them cooked ASAP would be what needs to be done. I'm going to say store additional coal. We need all the cold storage we can get. Faster gathering researched, good. 26.4 per hour, 21.1. 56. 47. 47 and a half there, and this one's gathering 23. It's 90% efficiency. Okay. Research time again. This will come later. Gathering post insulation will help keep our people from getting sick. But that said, so would improved heaters. %, less coal? This is where we get got. I think food. Food, medicine, or heat. That's pretty much what this game is. A balancing act between food, medicine, and heat. having too much food. I think food is going to be the way to go. Because that doesn't immediately upgrade. I'll have to upgrade each of those buildings. Let's research the food first. So 56 an hour, and we're burning. I think we need that one on right now. Yeah, these tents are chilly. Just to stockpile some coal, we'll start updating these back here to bunkhouses. 2030. Yeah, let's just do that for now.
Finish your labors, people. The workday is up.
We have 1, 2, storage for 3,000 coal, and storage for 600 food. Let's do one more in food. 900 coal. That's another 1,800 coal and 600 food. That will be plenty if we decide to take storage, because those are additional houses. Nobody's homeless today. Some of our people are concerned about the low temperature in their homes. They quite sensibly point out it's easy to fall ill when it's cold and ask me to address the problem. I have to start heating 5 cold homes within 24 hours and keep them heated for 2 days. Yeah, let's heat all the homes. I know how to fix that. We're just going to turn this steam hub on. Once one of these upgrades finishes, scouts reach the weather station. Good. Steam cores and coal. There's nobody in the weather station, but everything still seems to be operational. We could try to find out what the scientists from Winterhome are working on. Let's do our best. Well, we found the scientists' notes. They predict that the Great Cold is going to get much worse. What's more troubling is that the observation ended abruptly months ago. There's also not a can of Spam, not even a crumb of bread left in the pantry. It's obvious they've moved out for good. We can see the city of Winterhome from the roof of the weather station. We'll take the resources, a steam core and 90 coal. Winterhome, coal mine, convoy. Let's book it to Winterhome, see what we get. Got some hunters becoming ill, that's not good. Still getting 20 food. That's good. Search for other cities, abandoned station. The recent report from the weather station has got people talking. They're frightened that such an important facility was apparently abandoned. Some are starting to wonder whether the evacuation from London was a good idea. There are a few are lamenting openly. I knew we shouldn't have come. At least London had real houses, not tents and wooden shacks. We'll have answers soon enough, and my hope is about to fall a little bit. Yes, that's understandable. It's very frightening, but we are not them. We will persevere. Now's not the time to get cold feet. Doing on coal. Fine. Just fine. Hunter's hangars will be next. Then I think a range update will be good. I'm gonna start building more bunkhouses. The less coal we have to use, the better. Okay, good. Now that's gone. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 houses to update. Gonna save a little bit of that steel. Just to keep a little bit. So food rations are slowing down. We're still breaking even.
Work time. Get back to work.
250 food. Scouts have reached the winter home. We climbed up to the edge of the city. We stood there speechless, staring at the scene of devastation. It's a city of the dead. Most of the buildings are destroyed, and the generator has exploded. Exploring the area, we found the streets of the ruined city littered with scores of dead bodies. The City Chronicle describes a shortage of food and citizens' increasing despair. The following squabbles, riots, and descent into anarchy, fights for dwindling resources, and the eventual starvation. The last entry, quote, "God forgive us, we're eating our dead. There's no hope." We discovered a snow cliff and an American camp. We're on our own, but we've recovered 2 steam cores. An American camp? It's all the way back here. How did you discover that? Must have been something in the Chronicle. Let's head to the coal mine. There's a sliver of smoke rising from it, which is a good sign. Oh. All of these people are going to a protest. That's not fantastic. A letter. We are alone. The news has shocked everyone in the city. There were supposed to be many settlements and construction crews here. People living normal lives in homes heated by generators. But we're alone. Hope now falls. Why did Winter Home fall? Are we going to die here too? Terrible. All those poor people. Can't end up like them. We should have stayed in London. Surely it wouldn't have fallen like this. This place is a death trap. We need to get out of here. Winterhome has fallen. They're all dead? How will we survive here without any help? We have to go back to London. There's no hope for us here in this frozen desert. People start to gather as the news of the fate of Winterhome spreads through the city. Some of them want to drop everything and flee to London. Panic is setting in. I must give them purpose. People are shaken, racked by fear and doubt. They've lost hope in our chances of survival. Desperation could quickly push them to commit reckless acts. You have to unite them behind a vision of the future. Decide now what will give them purpose and restore hope, or else our city will descend into the chaos that consumed Winterhome. We can choose order and discipline, faith and spiritual strength. Now, my first playthrough, I did play through faith, and it was effective, but one can imagine the path that leads. Order, I think, would be the sensible solution. Neighborhood Watch. We need to mobilize and stand together to help people in need and protect them from troublemakers. We will get a new building, the Watchtower. They increase the hope of people living nearby. We'll have to build two. Alright.
A new law has passed.
A neighborhood watch shall be established and watchtowers built. Now, my research on the hunters, the flying hunters, has been finished, but we need to focus on our people first. We do have the resources. 1, 2... What's that? Invalid placement location. I see. 1, 2, 3. 4, that's 7. It's not adjacent to a street, but we can fix that. That's 1, 2, 5. That's 6. That will be the best placement. This is kind of not the best place for this. So, this will do for now. Build some roads to make the watchtower accessible. Okay. 47 steel, 56 wood. Let's get back into the wood game. Our co-workers aren't working right now. That's unfortunate. Add some new research. Now, heating will quickly become an issue. Well, the weather's holding out. Minus 30 degrees is not terrible in this. Let's... 40 wood and 40 steel. We save 15 wood. We spend 40 steel. We have plenty of food right now. I'm thinking... My current medical staff is plenty to treat the entire establishment. We won't go medical yet. I think extending our generator's range would be the way to go. We will extend the range, and then either choose tier 3 technologies Discontent has fallen, but there's also dwindling hope. People have gone back to work, and people are fairly comfortable in their places of employment. The outer periphery of homes are comfortable and a notice. The unconvinced want to leave. Sir, you've convinced the majority, but hope is low. A group of our people are still so scared that they want to flee the city for London in 15 days. They've come to try to change your mind. You say order will save us? Nonsense. What, are we going to orderly decide who to eat first and when we start to starve? If we don't try to reach London, we'll end up like Winterhome. Calm down, everyone. I'm here to build a combustible lemon. My people are divided. Some of them are so scared that they plan to leave the city for London in 15 days. They'll try to convince others to join them, preying on their discontent. Fear may lead people to desperate acts. Maintain peace, give people hope, and manage their discontent to guide the city safely through the looming social crisis. Fine. So what are our next acts? Morning gathering. We'll gather each morning to make sure our goals and priorities for the day are clear to everyone. Smart. Guard stations. An organized militia will help maintain peace and order in our city and help us deal with anyone who might threaten it. Not fantastic, but okay. Guard stations raise the hope of people living nearby. They lower the discontent of people living nearby, and we can use guards to break up protests. I will attempt to use peace. Now, adaptation. I haven't dealt with any deaths, and we have been really fortunate with the weather. We've still got about 2 days worth of rations saved, and discontent is on the rise. There are 5 sick absences in the drill. It's all the workers. Staff it with engineers, let the others take some time off. So these also need to be staffed. That will be finished shortly. Let's look at our economy. Our food is still breaking even. Coal is on the rise. We have an amount of steel and wood. 40 wood, 40 steel. We will slowly start upgrading. I should not have done... Yes, I should have done that now. Good. Very good. How much steel are we bringing in a day? 113. Fantastic. As promised, I built manned watchtowers to maintain order in the city. No prizes. Are they all in treatment? They're all in treatment. So, healthcare will be the next step after. What's this? Generator range? Good. Full reserve is increasing. That is good.
Finish your labors, people. The workday is up.
So as soon as this gets finished updating, they can get to work. Generator range, research increase. Let's see. So, as I said before, I really want to be focused on the generator, but where we're breaking even with coal slowly, our need for the medical post will go down. But it could be any day that the temperature drops 2 or 3 times, and all of my efforts aren't enough. We need to double down and start focusing more medical stuff. These rudimentary medical stations are decent enough, but it will not be enough. Wonderful. An additional 10 food. That means 2 raw food. That's 25 additional rations a day. That'll help pad the larder. Good, and they've already taken off. The Londoners have gained more followers. Sir, the people who want to leave for London have successfully urged their friends and neighbors to join them. People are more easily persuaded because they have little hope in our ultimate survival. Yes, I know. I know.
Work time. Get moving.
Still 2 sick absences here. Going to fully staff those watchtowers. I've got no one else to work the kitchens, but that's fine. Hope needs to come up. In 8 hours I will have fulfilled a promise. That'll rise some hope. What's this now? Timely intervention. Sir, a child climbed the generator, slipped and fell, but was thankfully caught by a neighborhood watch member who was on patrol nearby. He then escorted the child to his mother and gave them both a good talking to. It could have ended with a broken leg or worse if it weren't for our watchmen, a neighbor commented. We're lucky to have them. I am glad that it ended well. I have no idea how a child managed to climb this monstrosity without getting burnt to cinders, but leave it to them. Workshop research, let's see. So, an infirmary. So it has 10 beds versus the 5 that we currently have. We're stocking the 5 beds that we have to 10 on account of the overcrowding law that I put into place. I'm thinking upgrading now to infirmary, and then next The overdrive couplings, I looked into it. It raises it by 2 levels. I think the overdrive couplings or the efficiency upgrade might be next after the infirmary. Since I had the foresight to put the infirmary, both infirmaries right on the interior ring, I'm hoping there's enough space to slip the infirmaries in there. The medical posts, I meant. Okay, 2 days worth of rations, that's good. Oh. A dilemma at the coal mine. The coal mine is automated. Its engine is pressurized, but the mining has stopped. The snow around it is untrodden and has an eerie silence hanging in the air. Okay. This coal mine was in operation until very recently. The machinery isn't running now, but there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with it. Perhaps the mine simply extracted its quota or filled the loading bay. We could retrieve plenty of raw materials if we took the machinery apart. So, I can either take the stored coal, or I can dismantle the machine for resources. Steam cores would be good. So I think I would be able to set up an outpost out here. I don't know how much extra coal would be coming in our way. Oh, yep. I did not mean to do that so hastily. I just clicked the button. I clicked the dismantle this button, I'm fairly certain. That is unfortunate. Okay, well, we have 2 steam cores now. That will be helpful for the infirmaries. We're doing fairly well with the coal that we have. And the downsides would have been I would have to research the away post. I would have to put workers I don't have into expeditionary forces to go out to this location. And then every other day, I'm sure it would have been 500 to 800 coal being brought in. Even if it were 1,300 coal every other day, we would have a full reserve. We wouldn't run out, but we're not doing too bad now. So I think the steam cores, I think that was the right decision after all. 3 days to the American camp, and what am I carrying right now? 5 steam cores. I think it's time to get back to the city. I need to start focusing closer to home. These Londoners are giving me a small issue in that they are making everybody a little depressed. Okay, start coming on back, scouts. So where are we at? 2 days of rations, that's good. 115 steel, we have plenty. They're not away on a hunt right now. Now's the time to start building another hangar. I'm not going to do both, because we could get by with 50 raw food, but we couldn't get by with 30. That would eat into our rations a lot, assuming that the builders don't get right on this. Did I start on the infirmary? I did. 5 hours left. In 2 hours, I'm gonna have to call it overtime. Emergency shift. People are not gonna like this. That's a hit. I'm sorry, engineers, I need you on this. My hangar is doing fairly well. It's running at 90%, but I'm still getting the 30 food a day. So that's good. By the time this is finished building, they might still take off and go for a hunt. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to call off the engineers on the drill. I'm going to call off the automaton on the steelworks. Put my engineers to work there and the automaton to work in the wood factory. In the wall drill. What are you doing? We filling at the steam hub. Getting a snack. Little guy. Look at him. Dog's older brother. He got big. He got leg. Small enemy spider. Look at him go. Alright, whoops. Moving down a little too far. Don't know why this just feels like the correct orientation for me. What's that say? In storage room at least. Okay, we need that hope. It's not a lot, but we're out of the red. No, we're not. Are we? No, we're not. But that did help the tendency of the Londoners go down. This will be built shortly. They're on that 24-hour shift. I'm going to update 2 infirmaries right now. We're going to use this time heating. Do I have anything else that I would want to do with tier 3? Anesthesis won't do me much good right now because everybody's fairly healthy. A steam coal thumper might be good, but that's going to employ a lot of people. So the thing with the thumpers is 10 employees work the thumper. And 1 thumper makes enough coal for 2 gathering posts, which both employ 10 people per day. So that's 30 employees for 240 coal. Rather, for 560 coal. Or 10 employees for 240. So mining itself, it takes a steam core. More scouts might be helpful, but I don't have the manpower for that. Overdrive couplings would be useful, and then tier 3 tech for the power upgrade 2. Efficiency upgrade. I should stay with tier 2 for right now. But then I'll need to come up with 10 employees for mining coal. I don't mean to stall here. I really think. But steel. My steel production is fine. I've got 88 steel at the moment. If I do coal mining now, it takes 8 hours. I can get coal mining done, then maybe squeeze in one more before the 24-hour shift is out. Overdrive couplings takes 9 hours. Then research optimization. I gotta go coal mining. I'm gonna do coal mining. I'm gonna use one of these steam cores once my exploratory team gets back. They've got 5 cores on the way. Like, cores are not not an issue due to my quote-unquote misclick. Now the infirmary. It is too large to be built where I wanted to build it. I would have to remove 3 of these homes. I think I'll do that. Do I have... I've got 60 vacant beds. I am able to do that pretty easy. So I need to delete all 3 of these homes here. These 3 homes need to go down. We are currently researching coal mining. That'll be good. And we can file a new law. To purpose, I think a morning gathering would be good. Morning gatherings will slightly raise hope from time to time, and hope will rise slightly. I don't see that as being a negative. I think that's a good starting point, the morning gathering. Is there anything here? There really isn't. I don't want to go too far out into vice with dueling and pleasure houses. I think purpose, morning gathering, sign it.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
We have an issue. One of our people died suddenly during an emergency shift. We don't know what happened, but it's likely it was a heart attack. And emergency shifts for the day. That's too much. That's our first death in a long time. The infirmary will go up there. Can I build anything in between? Build one house there. Once that's built, I'll take down these 2 infirmaries. Word of advice, this is our first death, everyone. One of our people has just died. Sickness, accidents, and deadly cold will keep claiming lives in this harsh world. We need to find a way to dispose of the body. Well, I just signed that law. I'm thinking cemetery would be good for hope. I don't mind if people take some time off to go to a funeral. Corpse disposal gives us organ transplants, but things aren't going that badly. I don't understand the people's desire to leave, though I do understand the hopelessness of the situation. The next time we sign a law, if nothing terrible has happened, I will establish a cemetery. I gotta fully staff it, man, I'm sorry. Alright. Okay. So now, no engineers, no engineers. All hands to the new infirmary. Hey, Nevea, thank you for following. I didn't see you there. I know. So this is just the base. You know, a new home. It's the original quest, the original story. Um, but it's been super gentle with me, like this first time around. Or rather, the second time. I've played through the game once already, and I went the faith route, and that was like heart-wrenching. Just the steps that I had to take, because I've gone into this blind. Oh, for sure. A Souls-like strategy game, yeah. This it's just like the choices. Like if you're being a human about these choices, and like you're actually responsible for these people's, you know, survival. Um, it's super difficult to make the right choice, because sometimes the best choice isn't the right choice. But yeah, thanks for the follow. It's cool to have you. So I was just removing these medical posts. We don't need them anymore, so we'll get rid of these two. We'll get a little wood back there. And the Londoners now have 20 folks on their side, which isn't great. Our food stores are sort of dwindling, but we've got 50 food coming in, and then a follow-up of another 30. So that's good. Our wood reserves are full. And we're 28% into getting coal mining. So once these two old medical posts come down, I will build 2 more new bunkhouses where they came. And that should give us... Here comes the temperature drop. We still have 30 vacant beds, so we're okay. I'm hoping that we find some survivors, because we could use some extra hands. Yep, a house there, and a house there. And I've been updating the tents from the outside in. 12 wood and 10 steel, and we kinda need to use some of this wood. We'll have 9 homeless people during the day, and that's okay.
Work time. Get back to work.
Okay, coal pile depleted. Just the one though. 40 coal left in that one, and then by then we should be done with the coal mining tree. We can stop these folks from working out in the cold. Perfect. Okay. So before I lose a beat, is that 10%? Coal mines are 10% more efficient, which would give us an additional 24 coal for 264. Is that a day? A day. Work day. I could technically put the automaton on it. Now, I've been avoiding improved heaters until we get to level 3 tack, because this heater efficiency upgrade does wonders for the fuel use on the heaters themselves. And I really prefer to keep my people healthy. They can be I don't rely on steam hubs. The generator efficiency, 10% could be the difference between getting really sick and not at the end. Overdrive couplings, just the raw heat output. What is our current temperature like? We don't see another predicted drop for the next couple of days. I think it would be wise to not yet go with the overdrive couplings. Maybe the efficiency upgrade, 10% could really help right now. Coal mining optimization, that's 10% more. Healthcare installation, we don't really need to worry about. Yeah, let's go with the efficiency upgrade. Send it. Make it so. Our first death just came from the workshop. Death by overwork. And I hate to put them back on extended shifts. But Farmall, welcome back. I hate to put them back on extended shifts. I'm sorry I couldn't wait for you, Farmall. I guess I was excited. Oh, what's happened? People are worn out. Some of them have been working on extended shifts for days on end. Their effort is taking its toll and they're becoming restless. They deserve a break. Regular shifts everywhere for 3 days. I'm not gonna force them to work. Yeah, they've been on 14-hour days for at least a week. Give them a day. Extended shift, we can make do without. We're making good time. It's day 15. You know, this is 15 days worth of progress. We're doing a good job. We've got 9 folks homeless that are about to be put up in an infirmary. Okay. So is steel. We're full of wood. We could do a coal mine now. Resources. We're just waiting for 2 hours on a steam core. There it is. We cannot store all this wood. Oh, we can store it, we just can't produce anymore. That's fine. We can live with that. First and foremost, before I forget, because I will forget, we want our people to be able to bury our dead.
Hear me. New law in the city.
I'm going to take care of that right now. Behind the child shelter. Out here is fairly peaceful. This building can go away. Resources. Coal mine. So it's not adjacent to the street. That's okay. World Soul, hi, welcome in. Farmall, you fell asleep on the couch. I'm doing alright, man. I was a chimney sweep today, so I've had quite a busy day of soot and dirt and grossness. Alright, so my scouts came back with 5 steam cores. I sent them on an expedition. They've been gone for like a week. I think we're gonna go American camp first. It'll take them a day to get there. Several big tents, no signs of life. A flag flies over them. The American flag. Ayo, even from this distance we couldn't mistake the stars and stripes. God dang right. Alright, so they're gonna go check out the failed camp of American soldiers, I presume? Alright, and we're getting the cemetery up and running, getting the houses built. Okay, now the coal mine is up and running. So where we have plenty of wood, I'm going to tell our friendly robot dog to go mine some coal for us. We will always have a steady supply of coal coming in. The cemetery has been established and hope rises. There, alright, so we have successfully paused the Londoners' advances if I don't use extended shift for another 2.5 days. I think we can manage that. Our coal reserves are good. All of the houses are at least livable right now in -40 conditions. We could use some more coal. We don't need it, we could use it. We're almost full on steel. We're saving a good amount of food. They're out on the hunt now, yes. So I can actually slow down on steel production. Yes. Do I have any tents? I've got one tent left on the second ring. It's -40 and we're all pretty warm. This watchtower is cold. We don't want that. That's run by an automaton. Keep the heater on during business hours. Morning, we will update this hut into a hangar. The 10 additional food to buff our rations will be good. First sick person we've had in a while. I could actually pull some of the engineers away from the infirmary. But it's fine. We'll just let them... Oh, something's happened. People regain hope. For the first time, the Londoners have failed to persuade anyone to abandon our city and flee to London. People are recovering from their shock at the news of Winterhome and starting to hope for the future. I am glad to hear that. That's good news. Alright. Now, I need to continue to increase hope. And folks aren't that discontent. What are they upset about? Emergency shift? Yeah. Bad food? I'm not saying it's a necessity, because it isn't, but we enacted a law that everybody gets, you know, a little bit of drink every now and then. And that seems to help mitigate the effects, if not completely mitigate them. I could split our food intake between soup and true meals. But I want at least 3 days worth of food in the coffers. So 14 coal an hour, that isn't a lot. What does the generator burn right now? 24? With the efficiency upgrade, less 10%. So that's 22 an hour if it rounds down. How much are we using right now? Everybody is, whoa, I've been using a whole lot of fuel. I didn't realize That was set to range 2. Bunkhouses can be chilly. Chilly is okay. +2 temperature in all heat zones. Oh, no, wait, wrong way. That's what I wanted. There we go. That's what I wanted. So I should update these 2 or 3 houses here with bunkhouses. Should update that one first. How many free homes do I have? 41 vacant beds, so I could do 4 houses. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now nobody will be dispossessed overnight. We aren't going to make it in this hole, we have to leave. Other cities may have fallen, but not London, it's impossible. Yeah, well... See, the thing is... I thought we all kind of left London? I could be real wrong in that. I might not have been paying super close attention to the lore, but I'm fairly certain that, you know, if y'all left wherever you were, like, there's probably a pretty good reason for that. It's chilly in the cookhouse. We're gonna give them a little bit of heat.
Get going. Time to earn your bread.
Alright. These houses are fairly livable. Got 2 more upgrades going on here. I guess I could finally make the last step. I think that's the last of the tents, isn't it? Yes, it is. Good. And we still have something like 40 or 50 beds available, so if we do finally get some refugees... What's this up here? The wall drill? We're still over and above wood, and we're about to run out of space for steel. Resources. I was going to just make a depot, yet another depot, but really I think I could convert one of these food ration depots into more coal or steel. No, I don't know. Let it be. Alright, 12 coal an hour. Folks are complaining of bad food. A bunch of them are living near a fighting arena, and they're upset that we did an emergency shift. Every child has a place in a shelter. 102 of them are living near a watchtower or guard station. And I've got 2 hours to the next law. Promise was fulfilled. Another desirable law passed by yours truly. Really, all that we need to do now is make sure that our resources don't become depleted. Keep a healthy supply of everything. Why are we at 40%? 5 are building and 1's in treatment. Okay, that's back up. Not that we're lacking for steel. I think I can pull off one of these steelworks and put them into coal. I've got 4 steam cores going. Oh, right, I goofed that, didn't I? Do a road there, and a road there. And can we join these roads in a way that makes it easier for folks? There. I really do think that the road placement has a lot to do with how quickly people get to work, and I could be wrong. I've got the wood to spare. I'll boost the infrastructure. Happy people is an excellent step forward. Thank you. I'm sorry it took me so long to see your chat message. Yeah, keeping folks at least content enough with our lot is really the hardest part. You know, because if everybody's miserable and nobody wants to do anything, like, and everybody's sick or hungry, like, I've tried to stagger this out just so there's always enough for everybody. Once, hey, generator efficiency upgrade, awesome, 10 coal an hour. That saves 2 coal an hour. Over 24 hours, that's 48 coal that we don't have to mine up out of the ground. That's 48 coal that's going to go back into reserve. That will keep us alive for another couple of hours. That's fantastic. Now, I can either pop overdrive couplings on now to be used as a last resort. It will get cold. Or I could research third tier technologies. Increase my range and power. If I make coal mines 10% more efficient, that's a 20% gain over stock, and that's more coal in the coffers. I have a second mill going up anyway. And I really don't want to rely on the gathering post. Resource depot upgrade would take 8 hours. How long until the end of shift? And I can't do extended shifts right now. So I'm not going to be able to complete something before tomorrow. That's just all there is to it. Food, health, and shelter. What's the next step? Don't need to really worry about healthcare insulation. Cookhouse insulation may or may not be a bad idea. If we're going to do that, we may as well do improved heaters, but that is an always on type situation. The heater efficiency in tier 3 will help offset that cost. I think we should just open that up. It's a 10-hour time span. So it's going to be today into tomorrow for tier 3 tech. I think having that open will give me a better idea as to where we're going, and we have the resources for it right now. So I'm going to do that. I do have some hands available to start working the wall drill again. Might just throw a couple in there. It is cold out there, never mind. What was that? Book of Laws? Alright. So. Given I know how faith went, and given as I live in America, I have an idea of how the whole order and discipline thing is gonna go if I go too ham. So instead of going for guard stations, where we essentially turn into a police state, what is foreman? Appointing responsible foremen will make sure that people work as efficiently as possible. It's an ability. It increases the efficiency of a workplace by 40% for 24 hours. I don't know how useful that would be. It doesn't say. I would have to provide the foreman with food. It costs 10 food rations. Workplace efficiency will rise by 40%. Well, That could be useful in the event that people get sick, or we need to research a tech quickly. Let's see, a 40% gain over 9 hours would be about a 2 3/4 hour reduction or someone like that. So 6.5 hours to research a tech for 10 food. That's a pretty fine deal. A good use of a law, good use of resources, where food isn't a hardship for us right now. Oh, yeah, look at that. After guard stations, our next steps are, of course, the propaganda center, the prison, and patrol. So I don't want to subject my people to a police state. Maybe the foreman. The foreman would be a good choice. Ceremonial funerals, I think, might be good. The loss of hope caused by deaths is halved, and hope is kind of the game that we're playing now. A care house, signing that into effect. Not that we really need one right now, as everybody's been fine. We had one death so far. I am astounded. But it'll garner hope, and that's the game that I'm playing right now. Is people need hope right now. We have food, we have resources, but we need hope. They're not even discontent with me. In the event that we do need to perform a surgery, how long would it take me? A day and a half to sign a new law. I can sign a new law after 18 hours if I select foreman. I don't have to use it. I can sign it and only use it when I absolutely need to. If I don't abuse it and use up all my food, I think that'll be good. But if we ever run out of coal and we need somebody on it double time, if I select emergency shift and I get the foreman in on it, I think that's a smart thing to do. So we're gonna do that.
A new law has passed.
How are we doing on hope? Oh, I used to be a factory foreman, says Richard Church. Supervised work is almost more productive, I hear. Alright, so nobody hated that. That's good. I'm glad nobody hated that. But they're still not happy about the bad food. I feel like a little discontent is kind of not unheard of. We're just gonna let that ride. Where are we at? 16% on tier 3. That's fine. 10 food rations. We have 3 days worth of rations. I'm not gonna click that button yet, though it is very, very tempting to. Workers are arriving on site to build the new coal mine. Where Doggo likes to refuel at steam hubs. I think placing one up here by the gathering post would be strategic. Can I almost? No way. But I can do that and get that coal mine heated. Let's do that. That'll be worth it. Once it's built, I'll have to remember to flip it to only during work hours that this one is on. Oh, that one's run by automatons, but we won't, we'll not worry about that for right now. We'll build those. I just want these gathering posts to be well heated. So we should get the +1 from the steam hub, plus the +1s from the heaters, and the coal thumper. There's no food left to make, that's good. Even eating the soup, folks aren't that discontent. People are hopeful. Are you out on a hunt? You're not. Food, hunter's hanger. That should resolve our food issues. Next up on the tech tree, food, infirmary mechanization. That will get us some extra hands. Healthcare installation might be good later. Overdrive couplings. Heater efficiency upgrade and then improved heaters will be good. Okay,
Finish your
we're doing
labors,
fine.
people. The
We're doing
workday
fine.
is up.
So we'll get this mostly stocked. This one will only be open during extended workday. For now, it'll only be open during workday. I'm going to build... Oops. Tech. I'm going to build a steam hub here. And I should build one here in the event that we need to get some actual people working in wood again. Most of our population is on the north face, so scouts have reached the American camp. Okay, cool. There's not a living soul in the camp. We found about a dozen emaciated bodies. Surprisingly, most of them were amputees fitted with prosthesis. See, I don't know if I just took too long to get here. I think I came right here after finding it. But we might find steel or steam cores here. Let's see what we find. The American camp was well supplied with everything except food. Searching the tents, we found more victims of hunger. Most of them have badly worn out, but sophisticated artificial limbs bearing a company symbol. Tesla Manufacturing. We can only bury them and take their equipment. In the distance, we found a temporary settlement. So we were able to pull 66 steel and yet another steam core from this settlement. This temporary settlement is 17 hours out, and they're carrying just steel and a steam core, so we're going to send them to the settlement and refocus back to our town here. Swimmingly. Things are going swimmingly. I wish I had more wood to knock on. And this hunter's hangar is completed. Okay. That's 90 food. 2 days worth of rations. Okay. I still have 5 workers here. I'm going to pull the NGs off the cookhouse and get them ready to go to work at the coal mine tomorrow. Gotta make sure to turn the heater on. That one can stay off. Next, this one can be set for a standard work day, and really it can be turned off for now. 3 days worth of coal, 2 days worth of food. We're not out of the woods yet. 3 are being treated. How sick are they? Okay, not incredibly. That's good. 4 hours until the next law, but we have news. Trouble with Londoners. Writing on the wall. Captain, someone has defaced the walls with predictions of doom for our city. This is troubling. People already fear we'll share Winterhome's fate, and scared minds are swayed by even the smallest nudges. Send watchmen to remove it. People don't like to see it, but it could be worse. We are persevering through this right now. We've got a day and 10 hours left on the extended shift. All of our bunkhouses are livable. Our generator is on low output. Our coal resources almost double by the day. I do know that when the workday starts, this number will go down a bit on account of the heaters. We don't need to worry about wood production. Steel gain is stout. I can do 5 to 10 buildings a day if I need to. We're slowly gaining food. We could focus on yet more food, but we don't really have the hands for that. I have more or less decided where my people will be for now. In 10 hours, our troop will hopefully find something alive in this temporary settlement. A quarter of our workforce are engineers. So what are the active effects of the watchtower, really? Oh, turn the heaters on in there. God. Oh, the heater is on in that one. Wonder... Yeah, it's within the steam core zone. I don't want to go too crazy and just build a whole bunch of stuff. Other cities may have fallen, but not London. It's impossible. I wonder if our captain really has a plan. Mr. Polton, we have enough food for 2 days in storage. We have another day coming back. We have enough coal to run it at our current setting for days. Here's the cold snap. Minus 60 degrees Celsius coming up. Well, first the raw foods come in, and the second. The third will be here once that begins processing. These are hunting, these are hunting. I think all of my hunters live... Yeah, they all live right there. So again, I'm not sure. But I want to just give these hunters a road to get to work. I was playing the On the Edge campaign where it was similar to this, but it was more or less half of this, but then, you know, the half that wasn't here was kind of put on either side. And you're dealing with like the steel refinery, like an old army warehouse off to the east. And even though the workday there, it was extended shifts, it started at 6 o'clock, the workers would start getting out of their house at 6 o'clock, but wouldn't start work until 7. So I think the walk to work might have something to do with production in certain ways. But then again, you know, like these steel mills up here, as soon as work time starts, we're getting steel. See, right? Now, boom, now we're getting steel. They didn't have to work. Where are these people going? Going to work. So it may be symbolic. Maybe there's a risk that they get sick if they walk through snow too much. I don't know, but better safe than sorry, I think. And it's kind of nice to see him walking into work anyway. Alright, 2 days of rations, 3 hours of raw food. Time for a new law. Purpose. So, guard stations. An organized militia will maintain peace and order in our city and help us deal with anyone who might threaten it. So, is the difference between the guard station and the neighborhood watch simply that the guards are armed? Are these armed guards? It gives us the guard station. Stations raise the hope of people living nearby. Guard stations lower the discontent of people living nearby. And we can use guards to break up protests. Discontent will raise slightly if we sign this into effect. I mean, we have the discontent to spare, honestly. My people can be a little upset right now and not attempt a coup. I don't like the precedent of using guard stations, so to speak. The presence of guards lowers discontent and restores hope. So long as I don't start using propaganda. I'm going to impose the guard stations law. Because we just don't have anybody sick enough to need a care house. I'm going to impose the law for guard stations. I think that's justified.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
It is controversial. People won't like that. We need law enforcement. Every city in the world had it, says Lucy Langston. And when they choose, who will they protect? Us or our leader? And that's what I'm concerned with. Now, is there anything else anybody wants to say to that? No? So does this act as an upgrade? It does. So I will just upgrade these two. That covers up to there. And it's just these houses over here. We don't have the manpower. I think that's fine. We'll upgrade these two. Hope should go up a little bit. Can I remove some workers from here? I can't really. I can remove one, but does that help? It will in here. I don't know why I did that. My brain just glitched, I swear. 120% efficiency. Yeah, the kids are helping. Speaking of which, do we have more kids now? Is everybody still in? There's 23, and is there 10 per each or 15? People, child shelters, 15 children. Okay, we're fine. Oh, the folks working here have probably gone off to build, huh? Yeah. One's in treatment. Okay, 3 days of coal, 2 days of food, raw food to be processed. Three hangars. Mechanical calculators are hereby done. That's great. Food and health, infirmary mechanization. So what I'm thinking is if we mechanize our hospitals, we essentially get 5 free engineers. We reduce our need in the infirmary by 5. So we keep 120% efficiency with 5 engineers, and we can use them in maybe another Hunter's Post? Overdrive? So, I've been bouncing around overdrive couplings for like the last 4 tech upgrades now. Overdrive is like a last ditch effort, and I guess what my holdup is that I don't want to be putting my engineer's time into researching a last ditch effort. It's free heat on account of it doesn't use additional fuel like the generator power upgrade, where it'll double the fuel consumption, or in this case triple. So it's free heat, but only for like a couple of days. But then again, do I need 5 people now? Mechanization. Do I need to start upgrading to houses? $25 steel, the bunkhouse is 10, it would be 15 additional steel. And say I have 150 people, that's 15 houses. But everybody's comfortable right now. Extending the range of the generator will still triple its coal use. And we don't have a whole lot that needs to be heated that far out. We've got 3 homes. Power upgrade. Most of my people live within 2 sectors, so to speak, two house rows of that generator. A power upgrade might be good. I think a generator range would be a misuse of materials right now. Heaters, on the other hand, might be smart. So do I want five extra hands, or do I want improved heaters? With the coming cold, I think heaters are the smarter choice. I will need more hands on deck to assist with building shortly. We're already understaffed. We've got 1 and 2 builders working. Really only because I'm super trying to stock up on coal right now. What does our coal output look like? We are gaining a lot every day. And where is this? Oh, okay. 90% efficiency, 10 workers. So this is pulling in 50 or so. This is pulling in 20. We're going to slow down coal production. Steel needs to remain the same for now. Just to get these guard stations built. So I'm just going to speed this up a little bit. 1 hour until my scouts get to where they're going. Oh, what's this now? A child's plea at the cemetery. Captain, we found a boy frozen to the bone in the cemetery next to a fresh grave. He must have been there for hours. He wants you to call an emergency meeting. He says that if you agree, his mother will wake up to attend it. This boy must face his loss. Yeah. Such is the nature of the zone. Temporary settlement. So our scouts have arrived. The settlement seems to have been abandoned. It consists of several tidy wooden shacks that are now completely empty. An upright boulder stands at its center. A memory of injustice. The center of this settlement is marked with an upright boulder. On its roughly planed face, someone chiseled the following, quote, "May God forgive the genius who sacrificed human lives in the name of progress, for we can't. Signed, Exiles of Tesla City." We won't touch the monument, but we decided to dismantle the huts for the wood. Nearby we found a fishing village and a walled colony. We'll be taking 200 wood and a steam core. Right. I'm not in dire need of wood, steel, or steam cores at the moment. A fishing village. I've been hoping to find any other soul out here, and I guess I haven't checked the snow cliff. There's potentially one person living in the snow cliff from a week ago. Several vehicles and tents. We can see people moving between them and smoke rising from a campfire. Well, shit. Go to the colony. A sizable settlement surrounded by a low wall made of stone, ice, and snow. No movement, no smoke. Well, the fishing village is a small village on the shore of the frozen sea. A reflection is visible there. Could it be open water? Well, considering the general outline of the terrain, I would say no. Not open water, but a reflection makes me think maybe people. Someone with a signal mirror, perhaps? People is something that I am desperately trying to find. Let's keep looking. Go to the fishing village. Okay. So the cookhouse is working at 20%. It's 10 rations an hour. We can deal with that. We still have raw food and folks aren't dying of hunger, so that'll be fine. We've got 3 or so days left until the cold snap comes. And we have to double or triple coal production. Hope is falling. I'm hoping that letting people rest, resolving tomorrow, will be enough to inspire the people a little. The homes are livable, at least. I haven't adjusted this one to only burn between working hours. I've got to rally some hope somehow, and there really isn't much that I can do right now. Check in. All 3 hunters are going out to hunt, and they're all leaving at the same time. I'm thinking that this road helped. Still building those guard towers. Good. This should help inspire some of our people. Guard stations have been built and manned to maintain order within the city. Some people question their purpose, but the majority support your decision. Now, this is where somebody should stop. This is a bit too invasive. The people like it. It makes them more comfortable. It can be useful, I'm sure. but this is where it needs to stop. This is disgusting. To me, personally. A surveillance state is going a little far. We have stopped the Londoners' tendency to be able to recruit more. If 10 people leave, if I can convince half of them to stay, if 10 people feel the need to leave, we could probably make do. With any luck, we can... Why are people getting sick now? Where are people working that they're getting sick? An alert. Another act of vandalism. The Londoners have defaced more walls, urging everybody to join them and abandon the city. Some graffiti even mocks your leadership, branding you an unfit leader incapable of doing what it takes to save our people. Send watchmen to remove it, I suppose. It is a hit to the hope of the people. The infirmary needs to be kept comfortable. I can't afford having ill engineers, ill doctors working the infirmary. That will not do. And yet again, what now? Watch members have been beaten. Captain, members of the neighborhood watch who are removing the Londoners' slogans have been assaulted. We should do something to protect our people. We can send guards to secure the streets, or guards to strike back, or ignore it. Now, we should not retaliate. Securing streets, keeping it from happening again, would be the wise choice, I think. Attacking them isn't going to prove anything, and in fact that's going to prove my own point about the guard towers, and I don't want to escalate this. Send the guards to secure the streets, keep the malcontents from doing any more damage, and we will run damage control over time. Hester Ferrer says better late than never. Let's hope it's enough to protect us from these vermin. Now, if you make it an us versus them, there will be a tendency for more division. So let's just all remain calm here. 4 hours till our scouts get to where? Fishing village, that's right. Okay. We have about 4 days of coal at the current burn rate. Does not look like we're going to stockpile enough enough food, that is, to really fill that coffer. I might switch from food to coal, but we're not quite there yet. I might need to sign a law for care houses, but that's metagaming. I don't want to metagame, you know, just for the little boost of hope, because we really don't have any need for a care house. The people that are sick in here, are they even all that sick? No, they're not. They're sick, but being treated. Could be the flu. Okay, well that's... We need to start getting people working here. Londoners' vandalism, watchmen beaten, we lost a little hope there, but a promise fulfilled and a desirable decision. People wanted the guard towers. That's just what it is. They wanted them, they agreed to them, the majority did. Okay, fine, we'll do that. But we gotta do better than this. We need something to rally everyone. my options here? Oh my god. Okay. So a patrol. Each use will reduce discontent, each use will raise hope slightly. Ensuring safety and order is of utmost importance to the long-term survival of our city. So a patrol costs 10 food, it can be used once per day. Guards will patrol the streets near their guard stations to maintain law and order. You'll have to provide them food with their efforts. So it's just a walkabout policeman. That's normal. I don't like the way mustachioed man back here is brandishing that nightstick, but you know, you've gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. What are the other options here? Propaganda center, yeah, that seems like the wow. Yup, that's a portrait. To keep things running smoothly, we need to stay informed about our people's concerns and have a way of spreading the news we want them to hear. Yeah. A pledge of loyalty, oh that's good. We could do that after the propaganda center. And then an agitator, that doesn't sound manipulative at all. What's prison? Those who threaten the stability of our city have to be isolated for the good of us all. We would have to then build a prison. We have an ability called Roundup, where the prison guards will round up wrongdoers and put them in prison. They'll go after Londoners, dissidents, and any other troublemakers. Yeah, that's, I don't know if that's prison, but more like gulag at that point. That just sounds like re-education. What it boils down to is these people just want to leave. They're trying to convince everyone to leave. Yeah, sounds familiar. Yeah, doesn't it though? So these people have a right to leave. Like, they do not need to stay here. They should be free to leave. We could even supply them, and they could just go. But instead, what this group of people have decided to do is attempt to convert everybody, like a war of attrition, to try to just chip away at the resolve of our current survivors to get them to abandon the location that currently has heat, has plenty of food, has fairly advanced medical equipment on site. We grieve the loss of one engineer, and they're panicking. So I think a policeman's patrol once a day, it'll raise hope slightly, it'll reduce the discontent that isn't there. Nobody's super upset. The thing they have to be upset most about is that they have to eat soup. I love soup. I don't love it every day. It would get boring. That's why I gave them some alcohol. You want to drink, you can drink. That's fine. Once in a while, they ask me, hey, could you give us some real friggin' food? It'd be cool, and we do. And then we go back to the soup. Like, it's survival. These people are surviving instead of dying in the cold. I gotta wait 13 hours before I do that. I thought I could do that right now. I got distracted. We've reached the fishing village. A hot spring keeps a tiny patch of sea from freezing here. The Americans use this opportunity to set up a fishing village. It's deserted now. Okay. No place for the weak. This fishing village used to supply Tesla City with food. Searching it, we found a letter. Quote, Mike, don't return to the city. Tesla is a madman. He cast out all the amputees, all the sick. Jerry's parents and old Beth are among them. There will be blood, that's for sure, and soon. End quote. The village was left in order. We could send a team here to start fishing. But we found Tesla City, so that's cool. Leaving the village intact will still give us a couple of steam cores. The only resources found in sight will be taken. Be able to build an outpost here later. I don't know how useful that's going to be. Dismantle the huts for wood. We are not at a need for wood. So leave it intact. Here's Tesla City. A large settlement with numerous buildings are dimly visible through the shining dome of electrical discharge that is projected over the town. Okay. Walled colony. No movement, no smoke. Right. 12 hours to test the city. So it'll be 2 days to get to the crash site, and then another 8 hours to get back to the city. So let's go ahead, explore, test the city, and then head back. 11 hours. So the scouts will show up to test the city, and the Book of Laws will be ready for another law here at the same time. Coal is beginning to max out. How are my people doing down here? They're fairly warm. They're collecting fairly well. The coal thumper, I think we got somebody out sick. Yeah. We have 3 days of food rations and lots of raw food, so let's... Oh, I've got an automaton working that one. What I'm gonna do... Boost it by 40%. We're getting 10 an hour at half shift. We have a lot in reserve there, so I'm going to pull 5 folks out of there. We're going to step up production here. Improved heaters have been researched. Now's the time to immediately go back into research and research efficient heaters. So heaters burn half coal, putting out twice as much heat, which is going to... How could he do old Beth like that? He did old Beth wrong. We gotta make him pay for old Beth. We're gonna get started on the heater efficiency. That'll be useful. So really, I'm caught in a groove right now where we just keep tightening our belts. And I mean, we've got three full days of food. I mean, let's even slow down. No, they're not even discontent. Keep it soup. Everybody loves soup. Soup and gin. How did somebody get sick here? Only just barely. Desolate did old Beth wrong. Promise fulfilled. You gave your people time to rest, maintaining normal working hours. People feel ready to work hard again. I'm glad to hear that. That did not give me a whole lot of hope. Okay, well... 80% efficiency. So the thing is, we need longer working hours in the coal mine. Hold on a minute. The automaton will work in the coal mine that isn't heated, while the human people will work in the heated coal mine. That is heated by the steam hub, which will now work extended overtime. That's gonna slow down production a bit for a minute, but that's fine. The steel works. We have plenty of steel. We could start using some wood here pretty soon. We just need people. We just need people. That's all it is. We've got 4 days of ration set out. How how many days of coal? 3 days of coal at this current burn rate, which is burn 1 range 2. It's minus 40. It's our temperatures. It's livable, livable, livable. If I were to cut that back to range 1, it would likely be these 3. And how much coal does each one of these use? The steam hubs, that is it 3 per hour? Construction, tech, steam hub. It consumes 3 coal per hour. So during fairly, well, we've got 3 days of mild days left, and then it drops 2 more levels. 3 coal an hour versus 10 to 12. Improved heaters. I think I could cut this back even further and save yet more coal. Because where's this one? This one's up here, and that's even getting the front row. So I am gonna goose it a little bit. I'm gonna build a road there. And on that road, I'm going to build a steam hub. And this steam hub just trying to see how far over I can get this. If a steam hub raises everything by 1, everything is livable now. If it drops 2, it would be chilly. So my other steam hub is where? Right here. So that's covering everything up to the public house. I don't mean to dilly-dally, just, that public house is chilly. These are all livable. Okay. Let us drop a steam hub. Let's drop 2. There and there. Done. In the event that things go south, we can slow down on the generator. Re-enable the steam hubs. I don't know if the heat stacks. Quite unsure of that. We've got these 2 bunkhouses down here, and of course they are full of hunters. And a child shelter. Larthan says heat doesn't stack, it's either a hot zone or not. Thank you for that. That kinda sucks. That kinda sucks. Well, no, where I've kind of isolated my housing as being, you know, the northern. Oh, I haven't heard that before. You know, I know where the majority of my housing is, and I could even go so far as to remove these 2 houses to eliminate heating them. It would take my workers a little bit longer to get to work, per se. Yeah, I've got 50 vacant beds. Like, I'm not worried about housing right now. I could delete 5 of these bunkhouses. I was just so hoping that I would find some other survivors. So the 5 that I would get rid of would be likely these 2 down here. Yeah, these 2 down here, and then these Well, I guess I would just do these 4. Yeah, I would just do these 4 in that 3rd ring, even though they are heated. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Let's just run it. If it becomes an issue, we'll deal with it then. We're doing fine on food. We're doing fine on coal. Everything else is just a luxury. Wood, steel, steam cores. Nothing's blown up. Nothing's gone right sideways. This coal thumper is getting chilly. This is gonna be cold. It's chilly even though they're being heated with heaters and the steam core. Okay. Okay. Well, what are we researching? Heater efficiency upgrade. Right. They will be extended shift. Where are my people at? They're 30 minutes out. And then I'll have a book of laws in 12. Right there. So we're signing patrol. I've already gone over the should I, shouldn't I. We're signing patrol.
Hear me, hear me. New law in the city.
And we are going to run a patrol. We have the food for it. Now, can I do 1 per house? Nope, it's 1 action. So that's fine. That raises hope slightly. Still no tendency to change from the Londoners. I've got how long? 9 days left to convince them that this might not be what they want to do. But now here we are at Tesla City. A dilemma, it says. The city is modern and meticulously built. A tall tower emits a constant barrier of lightning, deflecting the oncoming snow. But nobody comes out to greet us. Let's take a look. Tesla City, Thunder Unleashed. Quote, able minds and bodies will prevail over the cold, unquote, reads the slogan over the entrance to Tesla City. A central, tall tower shines with the blue glow of electric discharges, which form a protective dome over the town. But something went wrong here. There are charred bodies lying in the streets, and the stench of burned flesh taints the air. We saw a lightning streak from the tower, hitting a building and leaving a gash in its roof. We, in the meantime, discovered Dreadnought Landing. We could risk entering the city. The scouts will try to disable the electrical discharge. Or we could keep right the hell away from it and search the outskirts. I think we would be doing better searching the outskirts. We don't need anything. And if it smells of burned flesh, and we see charred bodies, there are likely not people inside, which is really what I'm hoping to find. An additional 10 to 20 people. I'm going to stay away from this marvel of modern engineering. I don't know who dropped the big book of maniacal mad scientist tropes on Tesla back in the day in this universe, but we're keeping away from the city anyway. We searched the outskirts of Tesla City. It seemed that nobody survived inside, but some people might have escaped. But you can farm steam cores? No! Can I go back in? I can't go back in, it's depleted. That's okay. We're set on steam cores, I think. I think I only have like 3 in reserve, but my people keep finding them. Like we're fine. We're carrying 4 right now. I didn't know that. That's all right. Last time I tried to send somebody in there, they got zapped to heck. And I shouldn't have sent them in there even the last game. I should have just ignored them. Even though a bunch of steam cores could be handy, like further down the tech tree, but I mean, really, if the game gets a little bit harder for me, I wouldn't be upset. You know, having that scarcity of something, like literally anything, because I mean, those people would just make it like easier for me to smoothly glide through this. They die, but it still gives you the option to make an. Oh, sometimes they don't die. True, but I can't really afford the extra 5 people right now as it is to maintain my current level of comfort. I don't know. It was a calculated risk. I'm terrible at math, but it was calculated. Even if it was like a 50-50 coin flip. Evil mad scientist gone rogue and everybody dead. I don't know. Shadefire, hi. Welcome. Welcome to Popsicle People stream. Alright, so scouts. Dreadnought landing. Along the shore of the frozen bay, we can see the outline of an enormous ship. A wide lane of broken ice leads to it from the west. How long is it to home? A day and 8 hours. How long is it here? 13 hours. We'll hit Dreadnought. We'll see what there is to see. That walled colony. No movement, no smoke. Doesn't mean there's no people. Dreadnought landing. I doubt anybody survived on a ship. That would just be a big freezer. Well, let's send them off to the ship. Go back home, take a look and see what there is to see. Did I ever research... So I could get 5 more hands on deck right now if I research mechanized hospitals. I'm currently researching heater efficiency, which doesn't do me much good now, but it's a panic buy. I've got 3 days of coal in reserves, and we're on heat range 2. Like I could half it right now and probably be okay. Yeah, why should the coppers just sit in their cozy stations? I'll be encouraging to meet the law face to face. Oh, it will be encouraging. Yes, yes, it will be. Okay, so they just started their patrol. Every child has a place in a shelter, and 103 people are living near a watchtower. And people like that. You're watching anime? Nerd! What anime, though? Is that what's going on down here? Oh, it's not work hours yet. It's still free time. 500 food, 3 days rations. And we've got another 60 coming back in. Good. Very good. Let it roll. Uh-oh. Guard station. Policing the streets. Sir, a group of drunk men were disturbing the peace, pushing each other, screaming obscenities, and harassing women in the street. Our guards intervened and restrained the drunks before anyone was hurt. Let's sober them up, or we can punish them. Well, see, that's my mistake for giving them moonshine, but is our society large enough to benefit from punitive action? I'm not dealing with any discontent, and my people need hope. Let's sober them up. That's the human thing to do, I think. They likely owe each other and those poor women in the street a sincere apology, but we don't need to go resorting to beatings and prison. So we still haven't dealt with the Londoners' problem. And our hope isn't quite where it needs to be to start dissuading people. Oh god, here we go. Trouble with the Londoners. People support the guards. Sir, people are no longer concerned by the Londoners' slogans. Some have started to bring hot soup to the guards patrolling the streets. That's nice. Quote, we just couldn't bear watching them walk the streets in this cold. The slogans? The deranged scrawl of cowards, nothing more. Glad to hear that. Really I am, that's nice. I don't like the design of these guard towers, but I mean, I guess the lights could be important, realistically. No, it likely does get very dark. Oh yeah, you can kind of see him. I don't know if that's a guard or not, or if it's just somebody with a mining lamp, but... This seems like a fire hazard. So what's everything at? Livable? Livable, livable, livable. Infirmary is comfortable, that's good. The cookhouse is chilly. The child shelter is chilly, that's not great. I don't care for that. Workshop is chilly. I might do... I thought I might do a steam core down here, but it's right on the outskirts. Well, no, that would make sense. If I have to reduce the generator's range to 1, that would cut the usage either in half, into thirds, or into quarters eventually. If we need to stretch it out, the majority of my people and important infrastructures in the first ring, enabling 3 or 4, well, enabling 4 would be less than breaking even. I don't know. I might build one. What do I have for steel? I've got 180 steel. I'm going to build a steam hub here. I don't expect to have to use it. But I will preemptively install one there. So 3 days of coal will quickly go to 1.5 days of coal. Joshua Webb wonders if their captain has a plan. We have to get organized, we have to do something. That's very true. So we still have plus 600 food rations. I think we can change one of these to coal. So food, even though we have about 3 days of rations, we can kind of get by for 6 or 7 days on that 3 days of rations. Takes folks a few days to starve, and another day or two to starve to death. So, building another resource post. 40 wood, 20 steel. Alright, so I have it. I do have the resources to spare for another resource post. I don't want to have only 3 days of rations if I can help it. Alright, so it's now the game is going to start testing us. We're going to go down 2 levels of temperature and then back up in 2 days. So it's going to get down to -60 and then back up to -40, and we'll be fine. This will be a good test to see how our infrastructure holds out. I wish I could set this to off preemptively. Oh, what's that? World Soul! Hey, thanks for following. It means a lot. Frankly, cause I don't know what I'm doing. You're also lurking doing the End of Dragon stuff? Oh, thank you. I'm trying real hard.
Come, lads. We must work harder.
What is the End of Dragons you're referring to? Ooh, Guild Wars. I haven't heard the term Guild Wars. Wait, no, I think I'm thinking of RuneScape. The Guild Wars in RuneScape? Am I a nerd for thinking that? That's probably not what you're talking about, is it? Guild Wars 2. It is! Oh, it is not. I will look up Guild Wars 2. Dreadnought Landing. Alright, I'm gonna see what these guys are doing, and I might do a quick Google search. Dreadnought Landing. A huge ship has been dismantled here. Only its massive keel plates remain under the ice. Railroad tracks lead south. Light to the south. We found a piece of hull plate bolted to a boulder. It's engraved with the following inscription. In the year 1886, the American expedition aboard Hephaestus landed here in search of a haven from the global glaciation. May God preserve the souls of our fellow countrymen who perished on the way aboard our sister ship Prometheus. We discovered a research station and an ice corridor. The resources we will take is yet another steam core, a large amount of steel, and some wood. So a research station might be good to see. Ice corridor. A wide lane of crushed ice extends along the shore as far as the eye can see, obviously left by the dreadnought. I don't see why we would want to explore that, but the research station. Oddly shaped building bristling with various antennae and instruments. Looks like some kind of research facility. Let's head there. That seems worthy. I'm going to do a quick look. Guild... Oh, it comes right up. Guild Wars 2 End of Dragons. Alright. Guild Wars. Oh, it has been a long time. It was Guild Wars 1. Oh, yeah, Guild Wars 1, the Nightfall cover. That brings back memories. I didn't actually play this one. So I had actually always wanted to play like World of Warcraft. Never got to on account of it was too expensive. So I opted for the RuneScape free membership, or the back when it was like RuneScape 2, I guess. If it's RuneScape 3 now, I don't know. Not old school, but like the new old RuneScape. Wars 2 bases free. I'm gonna have to watch a couple Let's Plays. I'll take a look. I'll take a look and see. I don't know. MMOs are always like super busy, and getting expansions is one cost. Alright. Twist my arm. Twist my arm. Alright, I'll watch. I'll pop on a Let's Play tonight when I'm winding down. I'll see. Oh, dope. Alright. Shade, are you also playing Guild Wars? Is it something you're doing? They're probably still watching anime, they can't hear me. Yeah, I'll get in touch with Shade and we'll exchange information. Yo, that looks cool as hell. That looks pretty dope. Guild Wars 2 has garnered a sense of cooperation and community within the general PvE Okay, PvE. I'm more into that than the PvP thing. In a way that was welcoming to players of all skill levels and competencies. This was one of the founding principles behind my decision to make Guild Wars 2 an MMO I constantly return to. Our internet decided to open up content in guilds so that players can interact with many different groups instead of being stuck in one. The community at large still has a fairly stellar reputation as far as online games go. It appears that through the years there are many players in the game that have soured. Oh, and it's gonna go into a breakdown. I'm not gonna let that taint my my virginal opinion of it. I'll install it. I'll get through character creation, traipse around and see. Specialization and masteries. Okay. Yeah, well, so I'll look into it. You've piqued my curiosity. Speaking of peaked, I am old. It's almost 11. Ugh. I am feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. Oh, that's done building. I'm going to turn the Steam Hub off for now. Active communities in both fronts. I didn't even heat that bunkhouse with this one, did I? I didn't. Okay. 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 That's fine. Five patients in infirmary. 9 hours to recovery. Why is coal plummeting? Why is coal plummeting? It shouldn't be. It says it's not. Okay, it's going up again. Heater efficiency upgrade. Nah, yeah, it'll go back up now. Okay. New research. So we're gonna have to bust out a couple of quick moves. I'm not gonna go in to the difference engine yet. I don't really need to go Outpost Depot. I don't have the people for it. I know that was what was said earlier, but a steam coal mine, it would take it would take 2 additional steam cores. Plus we can get 10% there. Heating. Generator efficiency upgrade 2 would likely be another 10%. Power upgrade 2. I think what we should do is update to steam coal mines. 600 coal, that's 1200 coal per day. Closer to 900 a day if I'm mechanizing one of them. If I optimize the coal mine next, then I could build houses. No, that's for later. We don't need that right now. I'm gonna do steam coal mine number 2. Resource depot upgrade. I'm gonna do steam coal mine number 2. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna ask everyone very politely if they would think about maybe Ubu working 24 hours. Huh? Huh? Did you hate that, Mr. Krabs? And we'll also ask the foreman to talk some sense into you. You actually didn't hate that? Okay. Okay, these folks don't seem to mind that at all. 140%. This will be researched in 8 hours. That'll give us 3 or 4 technologies to go. Fantastic. Cool. We have 4 days of rations stored up. It's gonna get cold here in a minute. We needed that space for food. I'm glad we took it. I'm going to short staff my cookhouse. I'm going to fully staff this thumper, or close to it. Extended shift on the coal mine. Oh, the guards have something to say. Sir, a child came to the guard station and gave the guardsmen a stuffed toy dog, telling them that they should take it with them when they walk the streets at night. It seems people appreciate those who work hard to protect law and order in our city. That's nice. Glad to hear that. It's very sweet. Okay, public house. Got a lot of patrons, 34 patrons in the last 5 days, wonderful. And has anybody come to see fights? Lots of people have, that's also good. Okay. So, I could do one more watchtower. Like right there. Yeah, I could. I could do that. I'm not gonna, but I could. Alright, 5 days of rations. This is kind of too easy. I guess I kind of knew what to expect coming into this. But the first go-through was a lot more difficult than this one. I mean, I haven't save scrubbed. Like, I haven't saved. Well, I've auto-saved, I guess. 20 minutes ago. Streamer life. Yeah, I haven't really saved since yesterday, or I guess 2 o'clock this morning. I haven't felt the need to. Well, a quick cold snap is coming. His hunter's hangers are sleeping. Got 3 hours left on the steam coal mine. We'll update both of these coal mines. How do we upgrade our automatons? Automaton redesign. So that is something that I could do. Is implement, just build one more automaton. I'd have to research factory, and then research streamlined automatons. Integration 2, Integration 3. There's a huge tree for automatons. Well, I've got 8 days left to convince the Londoners to give it up. I'm still producing more than I'm consuming. And the coal mine has been researched, so now is the time to upgrade the steam coal mine. It will cost 1 steam core. Let's just do them both for now. Get folks to work on that. Dog is gonna go recharge while this house is being built. Research station. The door of the research station has been bashed in. There are signs of fighting inside. Broken furniture, damaged scientific instruments, and spatters of blood. It's not great. Research station. The last discovery. Inside the ransacked station we find Tesla's audio diary. A voice speaks. All the observed changes, like the sun's dimming, volcanic ash, could not have caused such cooling. But what if the huge quake of 1887 in Patagonia was an asteroid strike? There's shouting, crashes, and then silence. Numerous tracks lead from the door towards the mountains, and a cave hideout was discovered. Take the resources, 140 wood, 69 steel, nice, couple of cores. 10 hours to the hideout. There's a dark opening at the base of a hill, probably an entrance to a cave. I can see some smoke coming out of it. Hey, people! Hey, guys! Alright, so the automaton is able to make 36 coal an hour for us. So even if we bump it up to steam level 2, that's 20 coal an hour. Technically we're fine. We could research... Oh, shoot, I've been sleeping on that. Wasting time. We will upgrade generator power. We are out of wood. Okay. So I have diverted coal gathering from the coal thumper to the wood gathering wall drill. And that should help some. Research goal. Right, well, without plenty of wood. So now we can start rotating out of the gathering post. We don't need to put any more time into that, but the resource depot could use some more space. Hunting teams will be back shortly. We've got one patient in the infirmary. It's a child. Samantha Cardiff says we're not going to make it in this hole. We have to leave. Other cities may have fallen, but not London. It's impossible. Yeah, okay. It's too big to fail. American economy, it's too big to fail. Simply too big to fail. London? Ugh. So much different from America. It's just simply too big to fail. 60 an hour, 36 an hour. So, without the additional... Let's just see, take a look at the economy. We would be certainly fine without the 2 gathering posts. We're pulling in 1,600 coal a day. The gathering posts are pulling in 300. I think, let's turn these off. We should be able to reallocate these workers pretty much anywhere we need to now. Such as the cookhouse. I might want to research cookhouse insulation. Oh yeah. No, we're fine. Even at 60% efficiency, we could take the automaton off and have it go work the wood. But we'll turn this steam hub on since these folks are going to work here shortly. Plenty comfortable.
We must work harder.
Good, the language being used by the city guards isn't weird. Time to go on patrol. They're like, hey, come on everybody, that's great. Don't need anybody, come, God tells us we must work. We don't have time for that, really. Something's happened. A new law is available. What's available in purpose now? We have patrol. Nope, nothing. Everything beyond regular old patrol is police state, and we don't need that. Ceremonial funerals might be good in the event that people die at some point. Pleasure House, Opal Fall. You're not really dealing with discontent. We'll start a care house, like, why not? Want to build a care house, no big deal. If somebody gets that sick, we'll keep them alive. Build one right there. Okay, new research. Resource depot upgrade is done. We don't really need a large resource depot. We're not hurting for space. Coal mine optimization might be good. We no longer need to focus on infirmary mechanization. Houses? We don't have the wood for it right now. But houses might be good. A factory could be good. I think... No, let's keep the status quo. We've got our fellows arriving there shortly. There they are. We climbed up to the cave. A low stone wall stands across its entrance. Behind it we can see several men. We found some survivors. As we approach the cave, its inhabitants pull out rifles and take positions behind the wall, barring the entrance. They're in a bad shape, weak from malnourishment and illness. Found a frozen pond and an abandoned sawmill. Let's try to talk to them. The scouts will try to reason with the Americans and convince them to join us. Well, that likely wouldn't happen unless they were very hungry, so... talk to them. Seeing that we have no ill intentions, the Americans told us how they, quote, dealt justice to the inventor after expelling him from the city. Buried Tesla's battered body in the cave and now heading home with these poor wretches in tow. Okay. New research. Let's, I think power will be more important. Again, we need 10 more wood. How's this going? 16 an hour? Those are rookie numbers. Let's bump up those numbers. Research. Generator power upgrade 2. Send it. Here's our usage. Increasing steadily by the day. We've got 51 vacant beds. 3 citizen treatment. Decent amount of food incoming. Now, we'll need some more wood, but we will build another hunter's hangar shortly. Likely by the end of the day. Not that I think we'll necessarily need it, but having it. House promise fulfilled. The care house has been established in accordance with new law and hope rises. I have to run an extended shift, fellas. Eight hours on that. I've got another 12 hours to go on this shift. Oh, we have plenty of wood now for another hunter's hangar. We have plenty of people to man it. Whoops. Foreman says exemplary behavior. Sir, a group of people found inspiration in their work under the guidance of a foreman and have decided to try organizing their workplace on their own. Their spirit and motivation are exemplary today. Keep up the good work, everyone. That's amazing. Very good. This should be done by the end of the day. The generator power upgrade may be done by the end of the day. To give us heat zone range 3 or steam level 3. I think another cookhouse would be beneficial. At least near the area of industry. It might be fine. It's likely fine. Scouts have another day to get back here. I don't really need the time. We've got 50 available beds and 20 in the care house. Even if these folks coming back are gravely ill, we've got plenty of space for them. Got 2 in hospital. And something has happened. Londoners steal supplies. Food. Someone has stolen 129 food rations from the stockpiles. People were saying it was the Londoners gathering supplies for their journey. Seems like this ridiculous idea leaving for London is gaining traction. Send guards to catch the thieves. If they wanted it, they could have asked. The guards succeeded in finding the stolen food. That's good to hear. I think an additional watchtower, or guard station, will be good for the city. Ah yes, these buildings. We've been doing quite well without them, though we don't really need their supplies. They have been turned off, so they're not using resources. They're fine. Leave them. People are abandoning the Londoners. Sir, several of the people who wanted to flee to London have decided to trust you and stay. They say that your recent decisions convinced them there is hope for us here yet. Glad to hear that. Rosico 94 in my bio. I love playing chill games. Yeah, I do love chill games. It's the chillest game I could find. I gotta start out strong, you know. No, I don't know if we're almost finished, but it's gonna get even cooler in here. It's cooler now that you're in here, but it's gonna get colder for the refrigerator people. They're gonna start not liking living here so much. This is what we've been preparing for.
Well, the frost is here.
Alright, so this is just normal difficulty. I've played through the campaign once before, and what I've focused on, so from the start, I dealt with the discontent of soup, and then I built the law book towards moonshine to kind of even that out. So, I secured shelter first and foremost. I secured food next, and then I started putting into resources. And I've been focusing on keeping the people that I have. So I kind of spec'd into medical. So all of the kids went into shelters right off, and then I signed in after that medical apprentices. So even though my engineers in the workshop don't have apprentices, choosing the order path. So this is the A New Home. This is the the primary campaign. I have finished this one before, but it was like by the skin of my teeth, using faith. So since it's been like wicked easy for me, I've been trying to like not go ham on the laws. So I chose order this time instead of faith. So I, neighborhood watch, and then next I chose morning gathering. So I'm really trying to avoid a police state. So, I do have police, patrolling the streets and guard stations, people like that. But I'm not doing propaganda center. We're not gonna run a prison. So I'm trying to run this as if I were actually in charge of these people and we had to build a utopia, like start from the ground up. I tried to avoid as much vice as we could, so no random murder to solve problems, no pleasure houses. did give in to moonshine because the food that we're giving them is kind of bonk. I just signed Care House in, and I feel bad for it because it's metagaming, but I just needed the hope. But we don't have anybody sick. I focused so hard on food and medicine to begin with that nobody's gotten sick. I have, here, this is the graveyard. I have 1 death on day 21, and now finally the weather's thrown us a curveball, but yes, comrade, I am for the good of all people. For the good of all. I'm going to now have to make a choice. I keep coming back to overdrive couplings because in the worst case scenario, it's good to have that extra heat. I could research the house. I've got plenty of steel. I think houses would be smart. When I update my houses, when I update my housing facilities, I always go from the coldest to the warmest. I'm always presuming that I'll have enough cold to run the generator on at least low. So the periphery homes are always more important than the interior homes. That way I can go from level 3 to level 2 to level 1, and then range 2 to range 1. I can like shrink as resources deplete. I built all my medical bases like right on the first ring, at least 1 cookhouse on the first ring. So really I think I take that back. I think we should insulate the cookhouse. No, because I can pump out 3 tiers of heat. I can pump out 3 tiers of heat with this generator right now. I don't need to worry about the cookhouse. I think now's the time for overdrive couplings. Send it.
Come, lads. We must work harder.
Almost all of our people live near guard stations. That should boost hope a little bit more. What I really don't like about this order route so far is that the guard stations are like kind of police statey. But I mean, they serve a purpose and the people like them. I mean, I've got cops walking around. I guess it's a means to an end. Got 6 days of coal stored. How are our temperatures doing? Everything's cold. Now's the time we use that reserve. Steam level 2? Will that be enough to heat, folks? Brings it up to chilly. That's fine. Our infrastructure can handle chilly. We can handle chilly for now. We've still got 3 days of coal left. What happens if I just go balls to the wall? 32 coal per hour. We break even. Six days of rations. We should be okay. Barring catastrophic failure, I think we're all right. Somebody became gravely ill. That's not good. One of our people has become ill due to frostbite. This will keep happening if people have to work in the cold. Where are they working that's so cold? The guard station turned the heater on. Just turn the heater on, man. Again? Patrol found an angry rant. Sir, our guards report that a man is giving an impassioned speech to a small crowd accusing you of scheming to enslave us all. Our captain is trying to keep you content, ignorant, and under control. Remember the new poor law? The workhouses? That's how we live now. We're supposed to work and be quiet, but it's not too late. Let him speak. It's his right. He's not lying. Let him speak. He has the right to free speech. We cannot deny him that. People will decide whether or not they want to be here. And he's lying. He's lying. Chase him. Bully him. Bully him for saying mean things about me. When he says mean thing, let him speak. Everyone has a right to speak their mind, even if they sound a little nuts. Couplings researched. Temperature in all heat zones rises by 2 levels. So let's see what our temperatures are now. They're all livable. If I kick it into overdrive, everything becomes comfortable at minus 60. Nice. Okay, dope. And how long does that give us? If I were to run it on full bore, we'd have enough coal for 2 days. Sweet. Good. Okay, it's time for generator range. Get it going.
Workday end. It's time for rest.
Ceremonial funerals will be good. We'll just sign that into effect.
Listen, everyone. New law is signed.
Scouts have returned safely to the city. 35 workers, 500 wood, 250 steel, and 7 steam cores. I have no idea what I'm going to do with 8 steam cores now. Now I'm just waiting for the game to play. Honestly. Well, I've got 2 viewers now. I don't know if either of you viewers have been here the whole time or if you've left and come back, but I mean, until something happens here, it's pretty much cut and dry. I don't want to say that I've won already. Times could still get tough. Day 22 and I'm stocked to the gills. We're making everything that we need right here. We've got 35 workers on standby. So if I can call you Ixia, think that's an I. IX could be an L, but I think it's an I. Ixiagurgi? I'm sorry. It's really late for me, and my brain is kind of done for the day. Trying to learn about the game. Cool. I won't give any spoilers, but this is where we're at so far. We're all just trying to survive in this wintry wasteland, and some people. Oof. Rasico. We're all trying to survive in this wasteland, and some people are like, "No, we gotta go to London. We gotta leave the safe hole in the ground. We gotta go to London now." So the Londoners steal supplies. There's been another theft. Captain, the Londoners are stealing again. They've taken 163 food rations from the stockpiles. People are angry that the Londoners are putting their crazy idea before the needs of the city. So the only reason I'm sending guards to catch them is because these people could just approach me. Like, whether or not it's within the game to be written or not, realistically, these people could just approach me and say, "Hey, we want to go. We intend to. We're going to. We could die. We don't like it here. So we just want to go. Can you give us some food?" And I'd be like, "Yeah, sure, okay." The Londoners steal supplies. They've been caught in the act. Our guards did a good job. They got the goods back, but more importantly, they caught one of the thieves. Now we can put an end to the thievery. What should we do with the thief? Let him go, but we could build a prison. I'm not gonna do that. He's looking out for his own. He's looking out for himself. He is stealing from us when he doesn't have to. We could banish him. We would be sending him to his death. Our people could decide his fate, and discontent will rise. But so far, I've run our little establishment, our little community, to be content with what they have, and to be fairly hopeful for our situation. I'm going to let our people figure out what to do with him. I don't want to throw him to the wolves, but I'm not going to banish him. And I'm not going to build a prison. There can be a trial. They can figure it out. Keep him alive. Figure out what's going on. Storage is near capacity for steel. Oh, steel is very full. So I think another resource depot is in order. I'm gonna build a street to it. I've got 5 people in hospital right now. And some people have left the Londoners' cause. Good. Oh. Leslie Eston is terminally ill. Okay. It saddens me to hear that. The care house heater should always be on full blast. Are the children's shelters? They are. There's no children in that shelter. Why? Are they just at home? Child. Okay, they're just likely at home. That's fine. Turn this heater on now. Is that going to... It does, okay. Really, we only need it on during working hours, so it can be off for now. But when the kids finally show up to the shelter, they'll at least be warm. So is it Jaeger? How long does it take to run its course and either win or lose? So there's a couple of different game modes. This is the main story, the main course. There are other scenarios that I tried. Like, I've only played this game once before, like one playthrough before. But I have tried another one of the scenarios, and I kind of got bent over a rail within 20 minutes, and that was just it. It was a lot of balancing which resource to prioritize. But yeah, Masiko's got it down. Like 5 hours. I've been at this one for like maybe 10. Um, Losing is fast. Like if you can hold out, like if you can like not give up, like this is the game of not giving up. Because you can come back from the edge, even if just barely make it and then die the next day, but you can get through that initial, the game is over. Like if you say, the game is over, I quit, we're done, I can never recover from this, you won't. And that'll be game over, and you'll have to start over. But even though it's minus 60 degrees out, my people are warm. Even though it's minus 60, they're fairly healthy. I've got 5 people in hospital. And it's going to get a little bit warmer by 20 degrees Celsius, but then after 4 more days, it's going to drop 30 degrees Celsius. So we're going to be down to negative 70 during the day. So now the game is going to start challenging me a little closer to what it is that I need, because this is kind of just world building for me now.
No time to waste. We've got work to do.
So this is normal difficulty. I probably should have put it on hard, since I've played it once before. Just because I kind of know the outline of things, and I will for my next playthrough. So I'm going to need more coal storage space. We can't live very long without heat. I'll make use of the wood and the steel that I have saved up now. We are researching generators and not houses. Did we already research houses? We did not. So I think a house will be the next thing. We have plenty of people to employ. So I think we might focus on food. Might get another hunter's hangar ready to go. A second infirmary might be smart. And maybe, just to cap it off, one last watchtower. We have plenty of people to hire, or guard station rather. And I think that means everybody will have a guard tower near them. And I guess technically they like that. So what I've seen so far, Jaeger, is like it's so the one that I got on my first playthrough was, you won, but at what cost? What precedent have you set for the beginning of the new world? So it was like, you did it, but why? Why did you have to do it like that? So I don't think it's score-based, but it does allow you, there must be a lot of different endings. I'll actually find out once this playthrough is done. To see if it gives me that, but at what cost. But essentially when the run was over, the run was over. It gives you a little outro. Generator range upgrade to researched. Cool. Alright. Patrol found an indignant woman. Sir, our guards have reported this woman for attacking them on patrol. She was cursing them and hitting them with her fists when they brought her in. I would have come by myself, the woman says. These swine have been pestering me day in and day out. I'm sick of it. They said they need to check if everything's in order, but that's just an excuse for them to make advances. So I'm not going to punish her. That's foolish. I have every reason to believe the woman and reason to inspect the guards for their practices. Skipping this district on patrol doesn't make sense, because we are dealing with an active an active revolution crisis. And these people are going to be stealing and destroying resources and causing mischief. So we're going to reprimand the guards. We're going to tell them to leave that poor woman alone and hope things don't backfire in some unforeseen circumstance. So I could optimize coal mining, but we're doing fairly well. We're not using a whole lot as of our last check. Checking the economy now. If we run it full bore, as we must be now, heat range 3 zones out. So it's minus 60 out, and everything within 3 tiles is livable. We're consuming 48 coal an hour. Plus, how many heaters? 800 in steam hubs and 200 in heaters. So if we could make that 10% efficiency gain would actually allow us to almost nearly break even on our coal gain and consumption. So just for the sake of doing so, I'd say yes, let us, if we can't conserve 10% more, let's refine our coal mining to produce 10% more. Could I have instead updated my houses? Sure. I probably should have done that because I have so much steel and wood. I hope that doesn't come back to get me in the near future. I'm gonna leave this heater running. Everything's livable right now. Let's just kick it into overdrive. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, bud. Being evil has benefits in the game? So I'm a pacifist at heart. Like I have a well done they will be. I just can't bring myself to like be the bad guy, I guess. Like I take no pleasure, no joy in being a dictator. Maybe one day when I'm like old and gray, I'm like, I've been nice for too long. I gotta torment these digital popsicles into behaving. Put all their children in the mine. Oh, these guys have been waiting here, not doing anything. Abandoned sawmill. We can probably set up a camp there and get wood that we don't really need. Frozen pond. Let's just go to this crash site. Or large convoy. There are people there that I have been neglecting. But if nobody's left, who's gonna mine the coal to keep me warm? Who's gonna take care of me? Okay, 2 days of coal at full bore. Overdrive is bumping. Alright, we gotta use some of these materials, I guess. We have got a lot of rations. So I guess that means resource depots, right? Build a couple of those. Rasika, have a good day at work, though. Are you working like an overnight shift or like a second shift? I'm on the East Coast, so it's almost midnight. Sorry, the East Coast of the United States, I should say.
Work day is up. Return your tools.
German 5:30 in the morning. Oh, gross. 6 o'clock shift. Ah. Well, it's cool to have somebody from Germany here. Thanks for joining. I hope I can see you again. But make sure you have a good day and start it right. I think I'm about to end my day. And, I don't know what I'll do. Get something to eat, I think. Try to not scroll through the news incessantly. Hey, Farmall, you're still here. Have a good day. Be safe. What do you think, Farmall? I think you weren't here when I picked. I'm sorry, my brain is scattered right now. You weren't here for when I loaded the save game. I think next time I might bump the difficulty up, yeah? Because this has gone way too easy. Did we lose somebody? Who did we lose? Were they in care? Oh. Where's the person in the care house? That's sad. Oh, something's happened. Another theft. They've taken 198 food ration from the stockpile this time. People are angry the Londoners are putting their crazy idea before the needs of the city yet again. Send the guards to catch them. You cannot bring us down. Guards failed. That's fine. We have 4 days of food. It's about to warm up. Another one. One of our guardsmen was beaten to death whilst chasing the Londoners. We caught one of the thieves, but he is not the murderer. What should we do with him? Now, this is escalating. We caught one of the thieves, but the thief didn't murder him. I can't keep letting these people go. The thing is, I could have pity on the thief. The thief is only doing what they think needs to be done. The same could be said for the murderer, I guess. However, I can't. I've shown pity once. I've given mercy once to the thieves that stole food the last time. I'm afraid that setting the precedent that we'll keep letting people go after doing something like this will be allowed. Unfortunately, I think we have to banish this man to set the precedent that this can't keep happening. He isn't the murderer, but he was an accomplice to a crime. But that's just a death sentence. That would just be killing him. I would sooner lock him up in a prison that I don't want rather than kill him. I can't kill him. I can't banish him. He's scared. He thinks he's doing the best thing for him and his people. We will have to find a way to reprimand this, and I hope that this doesn't become the norm. If it does, we'll just have to come down hard and fast. Let the thief go. I won't kill him. Be mad. Yeah, if it happens again, no more mercy. Like, it's already... They killed him for doing his job, we should show no mercy. Captain, this man gave his life for us all, do something. Yep, I know that's what you were going to say. I knew you were going to be upset, everybody. If we had the infrastructure for it, I would say we hold a trial. We get more information, we find the murderer. I'm not given that option. Everyone go on patrol. Keep order. That's 3 fewer Londoners. I've got 5 days left to convince 13 people. Now, people are getting sick now that it's getting warmer. Alright, overdrive's coming off. It's minus 40, so I think steam level 1 will be fine. And we'll do range 2. I think that should leave this bunkhouse. Let's check this one. Wait, are all of them still comfortable? Yeah, these places are all still comfortable. Okay, that's just fine. It's minus 40 out, right? Overdrive is off, steam level 1. Oh, it's still warm from the increase. Four days of rations, plenty of steel. We did use a good amount of our coal reserves. So we can turn the wall drill off for now and turn the steam hub off. Let's see if we can find any use for steel. Coal mining is about to be optimized. So... I think now's the time to research houses. We'll use this amount of wood and steel to update our exterior houses and work our way in. The generator should cool off in time to allow us, well, it drops 3 and raises 2, so it'll be a new constant of 50. That's not very challenging, but I'll take it, I suppose. How are people doing? Still comfortable. What has happened now? Time for a new law, I guess. I mean, just for the sake of doing it, I could sign that prosthetics will now be a thing I can't afford to sign triage in, not that we need it, but signing a law for the sake of signing it. What does prison really do? Roundup is used to catch wrongdoers. Houses 30 inmates who will change their attitude within a few days, so it's brainwashing. It's gulag. It's not prison, it's gulag. They're not serving a sentence, they're being told to change what they're thinking. I will not make prisoners of my people. I do, however, want the ability to create prosthetics and assign them in the event we need to.
New law in the city.
Not that I have a factory researched or anything. Yeah, folks aren't glad about the bad food. Yeah, an adult died. That is unfortunate. Okay, how many homes can we do at once? One. We can do one at a time. Okay. Got 6 days of rations. To keep people from being cold. 20 wood, 17 steel. We'll start getting the exterior homes built. Actually, we can probably get them all. It's warm enough within the interior, right? Livable, cool, cold. To keep people from getting too cold, let's just kick it into overdrive, just to keep the people warm. It's not going to hurt anything for a little bit. All these houses are already done. Let's get... done. We should get most of these done tonight. The end of thievery. Sir, the thief you let walk free has approached us with some of his friends. They told us who killed the guard and returned some of the stolen supplies. This tragedy has opened our eyes, they say. We were stupid. All this talk about choosing our own way, what has it gained? A man's dead. We're done with the Londoners for good. I am very glad to hear that. The death penalty for all of you thieving bastards. Joking! I'm joking! I'm joking! No one's laughing. It's just a ruse. But good. Mercy did work. There's no sense in punishing a man for a crime he didn't commit. You punish a man for a crime he does commit, and we didn't have that option. I'm glad that we were able to get that squared away, though I wonder what happened to the murderer. New research. Cookhouse insulation will be important to keeping our food production going in the coming cold, because right now it's plenty warm. People abandon the Londoners. 9 left. We've got 4 days to convince them. Florence Bigley asks how we're going to survive. All our work will be for nothing if we leave. I'm staying. Okay, please. So our scouts have reached the large convoy. This is a convoy carrying workers that got lost in a blizzard. They are weak and have no provisions. We should listen to their story and escort them to our city. The workers who were riding in this convoy told us they were heading for the city of Winterhome. We were supposed to follow the signal from the beacon, but we couldn't pick it up, they say. We tried to follow a search pattern to find it, but we ran out of fuel. How many survivors are you? 18 engineers and 27 workers. We could send them to the city. We haven't got much technical need for them, but we could put them up. Time is something that we're growing more and more short on. Especially having only one scout, but 27. Watcher on the wall, welcome in. Thank you for following me. I think that we are a long way out. The survivors will set off toward our city on their own. It will take longer and some of them may die. It doesn't mean that they will, but they may. Assuming they don't get lost. I don't know if they can or not, but... They've made it on their own out here for almost a month. I think they can find their own way in. I will send them to my city. I must push forward to try to find more people. Snowcliff. There's a hole in it, and it's inhabited. We can see a lone figure bustling about. Well, 1827. It's 25th. I need 4 or 5 more houses. Some of these guys are sick. No, we should just escort them. It takes them 3 days on their own. Escort them home. 2 days, 5 hours, 20 hours. Yeah, I can't let people walk. Hey, I'm a noob too. Watcher, I'm a noob. I like games like this where it's, it's not me against the world, it's us against the world. This game, I really wanted to do a let's play, or like an actual playthrough of this war of mine next. Just because the studio that's made the game is donating profits to Ukraine right now. I think that's awesome of them. It really speaks to who they are as people, making a game like that, and just getting people to come together and building this world. Yeah, and once you get to day 15, people start to get a little cross with you, but you'll make it. I've got faith in you. You will make it. One way or another, you'll make it work. Houses. I need to focus on houses, but not the houses that I have. I need 50 people's worth of new houses. And I have 37 vacant beds, so I have 17 beds available. So we'll find the warmest spot in the area. And it looks like it's going to be ring 1, ring 2. Looks like it's going to be ring 3 all around. And I can't quite fit one in there. What is this? This is the stockpile. And of course the infirmary, and there's nothing I can do about that. Houses should keep everyone warm enough. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Build some roads. So they have access to hunters' camps. Okay. And that took up most of our supply for steel. So it at least gives our mill workers something to do. That's good. I'm gonna... I won't ask them to work an extended shift, but I am going to tell my robot dog how good of a job he's doing and send him a little human buddy to cheer him on. Heck yeah. Effective layout. So, as far as layout is concerned, I mean, just like a real survival situation, you need shelter, you need food, then instead of water, we have medical. You gotta keep your people fed, you gotta keep them warm, and you gotta keep them healthy. So first ring, at least one of each, major supply. You're gonna need food, you're gonna need a doctor, you're gonna need some houses. Medical posts, I always put 2 on the first ring to start. You can always demolish buildings later. You lose a little bit, but not a lot. And by the time you start demolishing things to replace them with upgraded buildings, you're fine anyway. But gathering posts will be your best friend. Instead of sending your folks out into coal pits to dig things up in the cold, plop down a gathering post right away. Try to pick up a couple of different resources at the same time. So like some coal and some wood, or some coal, wood, and steel, or wood and steel, anything to make up the cost of that gathering post. And keep your people warm will be the biggest boon. And that's as far as I'll tell you, without getting too meta or involved, because that could take some of the fun out of it. Alright, so our houses are built, and it looks like a lot of our hunters have relocated to closer to their place of work. Do we have hunters over here? We do, lots of them. Alright, and these folks are on an expedition. So we have, of course, built in the humanitarian way. I am the cookhouse insulation researched. Good, and it is toasty in there. It can drop a few degrees and we'll be okay. We've got a lot of food stored. We've still got some raw food to cook up. We need research. So I did spec into medical a lot. I want my people to stay healthy, because once they start getting sick, they stop working. That'll affect either efficiency, or you're going to be in a world of hurt. Burying people hurts more than, taking a lot of time to make sure that your health care is in place. Where my folks aren't staying sick, I don't need 5 engineers bad enough to mechanize my hospital. Heat will always be something we need. Knowing how to build a factory would be good in case folks start getting frostbite. I'm no longer using my gathering posts because I've switched to coal mining, and I put my robot dog on a constant supply of coal. So I think now is the time to study the difference engine and research tier 4 tech. It takes a big chunk of supplies, but we get the advanced steelworks. We haven't even done steam steelworks yet. In heating we get generator efficiency upgrade 2, which will be big. I haven't done a whole lot in industry. But engineering automatons might make them more efficient. I could research the factory and replace some of my work with automatons, not that I don't have enough people. Resources. So what I've found this game is it's odd that in the first, say, 10 days, you are so focused on just surviving. Like, it's this tightrope walk of live or die, every day. And if you start on a normal difficulty, it seems that, you know, the weather is something that makes your people sick, not so much kill them overnight. But as the game progresses, it shifts away from pure survival and then goes more into what you want their future to look like, which is important to me in a game. Like, it's not only the growth of, like, the progression of the game, it's also like a reflection. I like to see myself in a game. I like to see how I might be able to handle things. And frankly, this run has been far too easy. I should have gone at least hard difficulty across the board, because the weather's been too forgiving. I shouldn't have 7 days of rations saved. You know, my people shouldn't be super hopeful and super happy. So my next playthrough will be different. It's got to be just for my sake. But I love how this game is designed to just reflect whatever set of standards you choose. Like, I could be like just a real bastard and probably get better results than this even. Anyway, now I think is the time to research the difference engine. No, take that back. Research the factory so I can build it if I need to. And get a move on.
Workday end. It's time for rest.
So I've got 8 days of coal in the bank. I've got 8 steam cores hanging out not doing much. I've got these coal thumpers that are on standby in the event that we need a little extra coal for some unknown, ungodly reason. I could probably do with an additional cookhouse. It's livable in there. Steam level 1, range level 2, 10 coal an hour. So our Jenny burns 10 coal an hour, but we're producing 54 from that steam mine. So our economy is looking pretty fresh. Oh yeah, we're fine. We will be fine. Yeah, these 3 days of that cold spike, but even then we're still just plateauing. That's fine. I think we can make do with this for a time. They're coming back with survivors. I just want to make sure about my housing. Yeah, I've got 67 vacant beds, and they're coming back with 40 people. Less than 40 people, 35 people. The city runs itself. I have 6 days. I have 3 days to disband 6 Londoners. I think we'll be okay. We can disband the scouts at the beacon or send them back. Well, let's make sure that everybody who comes in gets health care. We don't have any patients. We can technically fit 20 people in. How are we going to survive? What should we do? What do you mean? We're surviving quite well. Our hunters bring us food. Our cooks cook the meals. I mean, this next batch will be standard meals. Should be good for everyone. How are all y'all doing? You're not sick. Workers and engineers alike? Okay. We'll turn on the wood and turn on the steam hub just to keep it warm in there. They're working an extended shift, and we'll encourage them by giving them some extra rations, by hiring a foreman, I guess. I don't think I've crossed any boundaries.
Order, people. Let's march to work.
Let's march to work. That's new language I haven't heard before. Let's go to this walled colony. It'll take us 2 days. I really hope I haven't crossed any lines. No, I didn't sign anything accidentally. We just have patrol. It's just law and order. Everything in adaptation that we need. Not a thing. We don't need triage, don't need dueling, don't need pleasure houses. We're fine. The only thing I have to complain about is the verbiage they use. So, let's go on a patrol. Yep. We could update some more of the peripheral houses. We've got the second line. 1, 2, that's 7. 17 steel, 20 wood. There's plenty of people to help build. Folks will be a little upset that they're homeless for a minute. How are people doing for temperature? They're chilly. Let's bump it up to level 2. To 21 coal an hour. We've got enough that we can spare it. I just don't want anybody getting sick. Okay, so the factory's been researched, and I think we'll build a factory. Behind the care house? That seems... Let's build a factory here. We'll get all of these houses updated. Somebody's hungry. Why are you hungry? Okay, good. Now we'll get 5 of our best and brightest, so we can make an automaton from 100 steel, 100 wood, 50 coal, and a steam core. I'd like one of those, please. How long will it take you? What does it say? Requires steel. Alright. The next batch that comes out should do it. Nope. Time to end shift. They set their desks up, and they went home. That's fine. New research. Let's go with... Now's the time to go with more scouts, I think. We'll get another scout team out. We've got 6 days of rations. It's going to be important that we have another hangar. We're going to need more hunters. We have a lot more mouths to feed now. We have to focus on that. We're going to need another cookhouse. How many houses do we have? We have 42 vacant beds, so we could get rid of one of these bunkhouses. Let's do one up here. Bunkhouse. Let's do this one. We're going to kick all of these people out. And we're going to build just another... I can't fit it there. What have I done? I've made a mistake. Okay. Well... I don't really want to put another house there, to be honest. Like, we're fine, really. The bunkhouses could be replaced, but somebody is sick now. You don't have a workplace, you live in a bunkhouse. You should be warm, my friend. You are comfortable. A I've got 2 days to convince the rest of the Londoners to go home, or to stop wanting to go home. We aren't going to make it in this hole, we have to leave. Why do you say, how are we going to survive? What are we going to do? We are fine, people. Better than fine, we're great. Well, I say that, and now it's going to become very cold. So let's bump it up a bit.
Brace yourselves. Cold is coming.
It is chilly, but all of our houses are heated. This is only for a day. Just for the day. Our scouts are having a hard time.
Come, lads. We must work harder.
No need to work harder. Let's get these steel production fellas a foreman. Now we're just waiting on a little bit of steel. We're making 10, 11 an hour. So in a couple hours we'll have the steel needed to make an automaton. Oops, wrong one. How much steel does it take to store more resources? Quite a bit. More scouts, resources. Yeah, large resource depot, but that doesn't build over top. We're out of steel, that's fine. We're building an automaton, it should be done by the end of the day. More scouts have been researched. Fantastic, we're going to go ahead and do that. We're going to deploy them to... they're heading up that way. Send them to the ice corridor. Why not? For my next trick, improves the workplace integration of automatons, boosting their efficiency by 10%. That will be very good. Streamlined automatons will cost 20 and 20 wood and steel less to make. Integrate those automatons. A 10% increase on 39 would be very good. And pay the extra 10 food to boost that up to 54. Yeah, so that would be a steady 60 an hour. But that fell up there with the boost. These are still just the basic steelworks. Did I do? I could do. I'll do an additional steam coal mine. I've got the cores. Ah, yes, the Flying Icelander. Ooh, I can rename him. What should I rename him? Any suggestions from the audience? Farmall, you've been here longest. Farmall King's puppy. Look at these cute little guys. Where'd he go? There he is. He's hiding down here. Look at him. Look at him work. Cute little feller. He's really gets into his work. Yeah, let's you're probably AFK, maybe you're asleep on the couch. But let's call him Formal King's Popper. Yeah. Alright. Now what this pupper's gonna do. What's a resource we're gonna need? We can't send them to hunt, which is too bad. And we can have them cook. But it's still gonna need to be kept kind of warm. Oh, my bad. Hey, I named an automaton for you. Where'd he go? Where'd he go? There he is. There he is. It's that boy.